Chapter 981. A woman flew over from the horizon. She was wearing tight black clothes. She was tall and slender, with curves in all the right places. Her neck was beautiful, and her appearance was gorgeous. Innate force surged around her, and behind her were more than 10 primordial core realm experts. Her phoenix eyes were glaring furiously as she rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It's that female Rakshasa. The female Rakshasa from the heavenly barbarian pavilion has returned. When they saw the woman, cries of surprise rang out from all around. Many people's expressions changed, but soon, mocking voices rang out. So what if she's a female Luosha? She's still in the inner core realm. How can she be a match for a human origin realm cultivator? This female Rakshasa is definitely a top beauty. Unfortunately, she's going to fall into someone else's hands today. The female Rakshasa was Linger from back then. 100 years had passed, and the little girl from back then had grown into a great beauty. She had always stayed in the ancient beast world and fought for the heavenly barbarian pavilion. The more beautiful she was, the more ruthless she was when fighting her enemies. Otherwise, how could she have gotten the name Luosha? When she heard that the heavenly barbarian pavilion was in trouble, she rushed back with her people. Behind her, there were some familiar faces, including Zhang Tong, Wild Wolf, and Hei Feng, who only knew how to wield 3 sabers. When they arrived, they didn't care about their own cultivation level and rushed straight to the human origin stage. The Swords sect had sent 13 mortal origin realm cultivators, and their combat strength was extremely formidable. However, at this moment, they were being held back by the Sword's steel. An extremely powerful aura surged out from the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Then, array flags rushed out one after another. These array flags surrounded the 5 sword steels, and together with the sword steels, they rose into the air and struck the other 4 sword steels. In the heavenly barbarian pavilion, LV Ping had already borrowed everyone's strength to restrain the other 4 sword steels. Both sides were in a stalemate. Neither side could back out. Although Linger and the others were only at the origin core realm, they were the last straw that broke the camel's back. There was a strange look on the face of the late-stage human origin stage cultivator, but before he could think of a way to deal with these Dan origin stage cultivators, his spiritual sense detected that other Dan origin stage cultivators had flashed out. Stop! More than 10 primordial Dan experts flew out from the crowd, directly blocking Linger's group. These people had cold expressions, and their eyes were filled with hostility. These were all extremely unfamiliar faces. No one knew whether they were rogue cultivators or people from powerful forces. Get lost! Linger shouted. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. As she raised her hand, she sent out a beam of innate origin energy. This origin energy carried an extremely cold aura as it landed on Dan Yuan. Pooh! With a soft sound, the cold aura hit the other party's body, and the cold aura enveloped the other party's body. This Dan essence cultivator was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. His will dissipated, and his body fell from the sky. With just a single word of disagreement, she had attacked and killed a primordial core expert. Linger's decisiveness caused everyone's expression to change greatly. You dare to stop your grandpa wolf? Kill without mercy! The wild wolf let out a roar as well. Light flashed around his body. With a shake of his body, his true body, which was like a mountain, appeared. After revealing his true form, he rushed forward. Puff! A sharp blade light flashed, and one of the Dan Primes was split in 2. Zhang Tong had also made his move. After killing the enemy with 1 strike, his energy consumption was not as great as expected. Clearly, with the support provided by the heavenly barbarian pavilion over the years, he was close to being able to make 3 strikes. The people that Linger brought back were all strong cultivators. They were very famous in the ancient beast world. Not only in the ancient beast world, but when Zichen was here, they were already quite famous. It could be said that these people were the elders of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. As soon as the battle began, it became a one-sided massacre. Very few Dan Primes could fight them head-on. The heavenly barbarian pavilion has only cared about themselves and not others. Who knows how many people have died? Today, the heavenly barbarian pavilion is about to be destroyed. We must stop them. In the face of the massacre, the group of Dan Primes was not afraid. Instead, more people rushed over. That's right. The heavenly barbarian pavilion has done many evil things. They only have themselves to blame for today's bitter consequences. Another roar was heard, and more Dan Primes rushed out from the crowd. These people were all unfamiliar faces. Lingner and the rest had not seen them before, but now they appeared and wanted to stop them. Rumble! The 9 sword steels were colliding. LV Ping and the rest were defending and guarding the sword steels. As for the people from the sword sect, they were trying to snatch the 5 sword steels. The infighting at such a critical moment was beyond their expectations. However, when they saw many Dan Primes rushing over to stop these people, they sneered. Obviously, the heavenly barbarian pavilion had aroused public anger. The forces in the land of chaos wanted to take this opportunity to take them down. How about it? Do you want to fight? The devil ape's body was surging with coldness as he looked at Zichen. Zichen's face became gloomy. He was not angry because of the sword sect, but because of the local forces. He did not expect that the local forces and the heavenly barbarian pavilion had developed to such an extent that they would not rest until one of them was dead. At this moment, when everyone attacked, although the overlords did not say anything, it was a tacit agreement. Haha, it seems that you have angered the public. However, it's fine. Today, we will destroy your little sect. Remember, the one who destroyed you is the sword sect. If you have the ability, go and take revenge on the sword sect. The laughter of the sword sect experts came from the sky. In the battle in the sky, the 4 sword steels clearly had the upper hand. Once they successfully controlled the 5 sword steels, they could destroy the heavenly barbarian pavilion with the 9 sword steels. Although Linger and the rest were powerful, they could not fight against the number of people. If that was all, it would be fine. However, there were still a few mortal origin realm experts causing trouble. Zichen's face became gloomier, and the air around him became cold. A cultivator beside him sensed it and immediately said, "If there is a grudge, just go and take revenge." Zichen nodded and said coldly, "That's right. If there is a grudge, take revenge. If there is no grudge, just kill." When the cultivator beside him heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "That's right. The heavenly barbarian pavilion is powerful, so there must be a lot of wealth inside. As long as we kill everyone, we can get the wealth inside." Zichen nodded again and said, "That's right. Kill." With that, Zichen walked forward. When the cultivator beside him saw this, he was about to step forward. However, a strong force came from beside him, and he was killed by the devil ape with a slap. The battle in the distance was very intense, so no one paid attention to the devil ape's simple slap. Zichen walked towards the battlefield in front, where the sword sect's mortal origin realm experts were. Meanwhile, the devil ape walked towards another battlefield, where Linger was being suppressed by a few mysterious people. The devil ape walked forward and was not stopped. In their opinion, it should be a death warrior who was looking for trouble with the heavenly barbarian pavilion. However, no one expected the devil ape to attack the mortal origin realm experts. This time, the devil ape attacked decisively, forcefully, and aggressively. Bang! With a single slap, a primordial core realm cultivator was unable to dodge at all. He was struck and exploded. This explosion even shattered his primordial core realm cultivator. The destructive energy engulfed the devil ape, but it was unable to break through his defenses. This explosion almost resounded through the sky, attracting the attention of many people. The devil ape strode forward and slapped again. Boom! The explosion in the sky continued. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. One of them shouted at the devil ape, "Are you stupid? You killed the wrong person. You should have killed the people from the heavenly barbarian pavilion." The devil ape glanced at him, and a smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. "Damn it, you're still smiling. You! His voice stopped abruptly, and at the same time, there was an explosion. His mortal origin realm exploded together with his body. Killing a person with a single slap, this battle prowess shocked many people, and they were all forced to retreat. During this time, several mysterious middle-aged men blocked Linger's path. When they saw this scene, two of them also rushed toward the devil ape. The devil ape raised its hand and slapped twice again. Boom! Boom! Two more explosions sounded between heaven and earth. These two mysterious people were also killed. However, after they exploded, there was no blood on their bodies, and there was no mortal origin realm in their bodies. They were actually clones. In the blink of an eye, the devil ape had already slapped a few times and killed all the targets. Such combat power shocked everyone. Linger and the rest turned their heads and looked at the devil ape. When they saw it, their eyes widened, and there was disbelief in their eyes. The devil ape. Wild Wolf's eyes widened, and then he rubbed his eyes with his claws. He really could not believe it. Haifeng and Zhang Tong were the same. Everyone who knew the devil ape was in disbelief and looked like they had seen a ghost. It's you, the devil ape! Linger also exclaimed. She, who was known as the female Rakshasa, had lost her composure. The devil ape only nodded at a few people. Then, in a flash, it appeared in front of a mysterious person and slapped him. After 3 consecutive slaps, 3 mysterious clones were killed. The devil ape made a strong entrance and destroyed the enemy. The shock that the devil ape brought to others was enough. The battle stopped instantly. The people around were shocked, but they did not dare to make a move. How could it be him? He is the devil ape beside Zichen, the sky-splitting battle ape of the foreign race. Didn't he go to the ancient road? Why is he back? There was another reason why the battle did not continue, and that was because an outsider recognized the devil ape. Back then, Zichen had appeared out of nowhere and rose to power. However, as long as one had seen Zichen and knew Zichen, they would definitely know the devil ape. Back then, Zichen had been able to establish the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the land of chaos. Besides his own strength, he also had the help of others around him. The devil ape was definitely a powerful general. Devil ape, you're back. Where is Zichen? Linger was very excited to see the devil ape. After asking, her face was full of anticipation, nervousness, and apprehension. This female Rakshasa who killed without blinking had lost her composure again and again today. Linger was not the only one who wanted to know this question. Everyone who knew the devil ape wanted to know. Back then, they had gone to the ancient road together. Now that he had returned, what about Zichen? Where was Zichen? Suddenly, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Stop, don't go over. It was a primordial core realm cultivator who had accidentally discovered a young man who was trying to approach the battlefield. At this moment, the Sword Sect was about to win the battle. They naturally could not afford to lose. Therefore, a primordial core realm cultivator rushed towards Zichen. The other party came from behind Zichen and attacked him. It was a sneak attack. Chapter 982. The golden light rushed toward his Jinan and then exploded. Boom! The sound was almost the same as when the devil ape killed the enemy. The same explosion, the same vibration, and the same effect. The Jinan was blown up by the golden light, and not a single drop was left. Even his Jinan was blown up. This sound once again pulled everyone's gazes back to the front. Only then did they realize that a young man in black with a straight back was walking towards the battlefield ahead. The moment she saw the back, Linger's eyes immediately turned red. She didn't need to look at the face or ask the devil ape. She recognized the owner of the back at a glance. She had once been saved by this figure, and she would never forget it. Zichen. It was Zichen. He had returned. The female Rakshasa's tears fell unwillingly. She had been waiting for him for more than 100 years. Everyone else had entered the ancient road to increase their strength, but she didn't. She stayed at the heavenly barbarian pavilion, waiting for Zichen's return. She wanted to wait for him, wait for Zichen's return. After more than 100 years, he had finally returned at such a critical moment. When He Feng, Yi Lang, Zhang Tong, and the others saw Zichen, their expressions became extremely excited. They couldn't help but shout loudly. Zichen was a name full of miracles. Along the way, he had been accompanied by one aura after another. He had turned the impossible into reality one after another. He was the creator of miracles. Zichen. It's him. He actually came back. The other familiar people naturally recognized Zichen. Their expressions changed drastically, and their emotions immediately became complicated. Especially the few mortal origin realm cultivators, their eyes were full of fear because they felt an extremely terrifying aura from Zichen. During this time, a few more people rushed toward Zichen, but Zichen didn't even need to turn around. Wherever the golden light passed, their Jindan exploded and they died. After killing 4 Jindan origin realm cultivators, no one dared to come forward. He finally walked to the center of the battlefield. During this period of time, the Sword Sect, who had completely gained the upper hand, had also successfully divided out a human origin stage powerhouse. The man turned around with the mortal grade sword in hand, his cold eyes landing on Zichen. This was a guy who looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. However, this didn't stop him from wanting to kill him. He swung the sword in his hand and shouted coldly at Zichen. Little brat, if you dare to come up now, you are simply courting death. Even if you are in the human origin stage, you will still die. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of his sword rang out, and he instantly launched an attack. Slash! A resplendent sword chi appeared, bringing with it an unparalleled sword will. It went straight for Zichen's forehead. This attack shattered the space. It was powerful and terrifying. The sword master was still grinning viciously. So what if his opponent was in the mortal origin realm? He was a sky warrior in the mortal origin realm. He could kill an ordinary mortal origin realm warrior in minutes. He could already foresee the scene of him killing his opponent with one strike. Facing the sword chi, Zichen's expression didn't change. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. Golden light. Dazzling golden light filled the sky. Perfect power was circulating. A crazy aura that made the sky and earth pale appeared. Feeling the aura of Zichen's attack, the sword master's expression changed drastically. He quickly changed from attacking to defending. But it was too late. The moment he faced Zichen, his fate was sealed. The sword chi was shattered by Zichen's attack. Next was the mortal grade sword. Under the powerful attack, cracks appeared on the mortal grade sword and then it exploded. Zichen's fist was once again aimed at his opponent's heart. Boom! Another explosion sounded. It was the same sound as before, but this time, it made everyone's heart beat faster and their mouths twitch. Because this attack had killed a human origin stage warrior, a real human origin stage warrior. The effect of this strike caused the expressions of everyone to change violently as terror arose in their hearts. On the other hand, the experts of the Sword Sect that had disdainful expressions earlier had turned their heads successively to look at Zichen, and their expressions had become solemn. Not everyone didn't know Zichen. Everyone felt that Zichen looked familiar, but one of them recognized him. His expression changed and he exclaimed, Zichen, you're Zichen, the one who has the heavenly book. Didn't you die? This exclamation awakened the others' memories. They finally remembered where they had seen him. It was on the portrait given by the sect. There was Zichen's face and some of Zichen's deeds. Among them, there was only one thing about him killing a spirit. They had seen it, and were shocked for a long time. They had only seen the portrait, and had never seen him in person. They didn't expect to see him today. However, the news said that he was dead. Now, all the forces were looking for his body. Why was he still alive? They couldn't find the answer to this question because Zichen said in the next moment, Demon Ape, kill! Kill everyone you think should be killed! As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen charged towards a Sword Sect human origin stage cultivator in front of him at extreme speed. Coupled with the fact that both of them were at the same level, the human origin stage cultivator couldn't even catch a glimpse of Zichen's figure before Zichen appeared in front of him. When he realized what was going on, a fist with golden light had already hit his face. The golden light of the fist hit the opponent hard. The power contained in the fist exploded with a loud bang. The effect was still repeating. It was too easy for Zichen to kill someone who was at the same level as him. Not to mention a human origin stage warrior, even a spirit would be killed by Zichen's punch. On the other side, Zichen's target was very clear. It was the people from the sword school. His attacks were simple and violent. He just threw out his fists, but every time his fists landed, a human origin stage cultivator would die. On the other side, as soon as Zichen finished speaking, a black light flashed in the demon ape's hand. He took out a black stick. After taking out the black stick, he didn't use it to kill the Dan essences around him. Instead, he flashed and flew towards the crowd. He flashed and appeared in front of a human origin stage warrior. This person was from the Shangguan clan. He was the ancestor of both Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Bingshi. The demon ape's eyes were cold. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Demon ape, this is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Zichen, this is a misunderstanding. The ancestor of the Shangguan clan was shocked. He shouted loudly while controlling the power in his body to defend and retreat. Zichen was busy killing his enemies and didn't care about this. The demon ape didn't stop either. Instead, he stretched out his other hand. Black light circled around his fingers. His innate ability appeared again. The old man felt that the yuan power in his body suddenly went out of control. The yuan power that he was using started to disappear. This discovery made his expression change. But at this moment, the black stick fell with a destructive aura. Boom! There was another explosion. The human origin stage warrior from the Shangguan clan exploded. He was at the intermediate stage of the human origin stage and had lived for thousands of years. But such an existence was easily defeated by the demon ape. Everyone around was shocked by the combat power of the demon ape and Zichen. They were terrified and regretful. In the demon ape's heart, the Shangguan clan was important enough. This was because Shangguan Yu had a close relationship with Zichen and Shangguan Bingshi had a close relationship with Zhang Haotian. Because of this, he was furious when he saw that the Shangguan clan didn't help the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and even hit them when they were down. He was the first to attack the Shangguan clan. As the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The fact that the demon ape killed the Shangguan clan's origin stage warrior meant that the relationship between the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and the local forces was completely broken. After killing the human origin stage warrior from the Shangguan clan, the demon ape rushed toward the second human origin stage warrior. This person was from the Wu clan, and Wu Yu was Wang Qiong's wife. Of course, this Wu clan wasn't the same Wu clan in the eastern region. Run! The Wu clan's origin stage warrior had the thought of running away after the demon ape killed the Shangguan clan's origin stage warrior. In terms of relationship, the Shangguan clan was the closest to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. But now, the Shangguan clan's origin stage warrior was killed. This relationship was clearly broken. When the Wu clan's origin stage warrior started to run, the other three clans naturally followed. At this moment, they couldn't even think of resisting. However, even if they broke through and reached the intermediate stage of the human origin stage, they couldn't compare to the demon ape. If the sky-splitting battle ape wanted to kill someone, no one could escape. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the demon ape waved its black stick and killed 5 human origin stage warriors from the overlords. All the cultivators around them were stunned. The demon ape's combat strength was just too strong. The demon ape's return meant that there would only be one superpower in the Bedlam lands from now on, and that was the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion took less than 200 years to rise to the top from its establishment. Everyone knew that the sky of the Bedlam lands was going to change today. Damn it, fall! On the other side, the advanced stage of the human origin stage warrior roared. He had already abandoned the other 5 sword steels and was controlling 4 sword steels to attack Zichen. Zichen stood in the air and formed a seal with his hands. In the next moment, a light flashed in front of him and the Xiantian realm extreme appeared. A glaring half-moon rushed toward the advanced stage of the human origin stage warrior at a speed that was as fast as teleportation. Then, a golden light flashed and extreme yang appeared. The golden sun followed closely behind the half-moon. Boom! When the 2 energies reached the advanced stage of the human origin stage warrior, they exploded. This was the destructive power of the collision of the perfect yin and yang. Its power was unimaginable. A black hole with a radius of a few thousand meters appeared in the sky. The black hole was filled with endless spatial turbulence. The destructive power was still surging and spreading. The pavilion's protective formation that had been holding on for a long time finally reached its limit and collapsed under the destructive power. The huge heavenly barbarian pavilion appeared in front of everyone. The heavenly barbarian pavilion's protective formation was broken, but so what? None of the sword sect warriors were still alive. Zichen killed the advanced stage of the human origin stage warrior first. The 4 sword steels above his head fell down. Although they were still powerful, they were not fatal to Zichen. His body flashed, and the perfect energy in his body surged. He was like a god of war clad in golden armor. He used the perfect energy in his body to hold the 4 sword steels in the air. Rays of light shot out from the heavenly barbarian pavilion. The leader was the pavilion master, Wan Qiong. Chapter 983. Zichen, it's you. It's really you, Zichen. When Wan Qiong and the others saw Zichen, who looked like a god of war, their faces were filled with disbelief. Zichen carried the 4 sword steels and landed on the ground. The sword steels smashed onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Zichen looked at the crowd with excitement in his eyes. Within a few miles, only the people from the heavenly barbarian pavilion were left. Everyone stepped forward and Linger jumped into Zichen's arms, which made Binger slightly unhappy. Zichen, you've broken through to the human origin realm and successfully left the ancient road, Wan Qiong asked. More or less. Zichen smiled. After not seeing each other for more than 100 years, everyone naturally had endless things to talk about. The others were cleaning up the battlefield. After the demon ape killed the human origin realm expert, it didn't attack the others. However, the loss of a human origin realm expert was a huge blow to the 5 elements forces. Pavilion Master Zichen, welcome back, Wu Lu and the rest said excitedly. Wu Lu, Hei Feng, Yi Lang, Zhang Tong and the rest were the founding members of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion with Zichen. Zichen knew them and was very familiar with them. It's been hard on you all these years. Zichen patted everyone's shoulders. It's not hard. We've already treated this place as our home, everyone said in unison. Zichen nodded and looked into the distance. The people who were prepared to witness the destruction of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion hadn't left yet. Their expressions were extremely complicated, especially those from the overlords. Zichen turned around and looked at the crowd. He said coldly, I'm sorry that you didn't get to enjoy the show. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion still exists. The surroundings were dead silent. The people from the overlords wanted to say something, but they didn't in the end. Without a human origin realm expert present, they didn't even have the right to speak to Zichen. How did the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion develop to this extent? It seems like everyone is looking forward to the destruction of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, the demon ape said. That's because the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's current resources have already surpassed the sum of the 5 overlords. They're jealous. Moreover, they know that Zhang Haoyan and Shangguan Yu have left. Coupled with the fact that the other forces are surrounding them, they think that they have a chance. LV Ping said coldly. With the spirit-devouring rats, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would naturally find the best resources. This was not only true in the Chaos Lands, but also in the ancient beast world. Ancient beasts were nurtured there. Naturally, there were other things as well. The spirit-devouring rats had discovered quite a few high-quality, or veins there. The current heavenly barbarian pavilion could be said to be as rich as a nation. They had too many resources. Although they did not dare to say that they would nurture a human origin stage cultivator, they would have no problem nurturing a large number of core origin stage cultivators. Let's go back first, Wang Qiong said. Zichen nodded and the group entered the heavenly barbarian pavilion. In the distance, the others still did not leave. The overlord's expressions were extremely ugly. Faced with such a situation, they did not know what to say. Zichen has made it clear that he wants to break off relations with us. However, it's not certain whether it's a blessing or a curse. Although Zichen's combat power is strong, the enemies he has provoked are definitely not weak. One day, they might send an earthly origin stage expert. By then, no matter how strong Zichen is, it'll be useless, Wu family head said. When the others heard this, their expressions relaxed. They nodded and said, "Let's go." Now, these forces did not know how serious the consequences of breaking off relations with Zichen were. The group of forces dispersed. Only a core origin stage cultivator was stunned on the spot. I actually met Zichen and even spoke to him on the way. I even said that the heavenly barbarian pavilion was not good. However, I'm still alive. The group entered the heavenly barbarian pavilion. The cultivators in the pavilion had already known that Zichen had returned and were all present. When Zichen appeared, they shouted in unison, "Welcome back, Pavilion Master." Zichen waved his hand and said, "Everyone has worked hard all these years. The crisis of the heavenly barbarian pavilion is over. The celebration will last for 3 days." Cheers were heard all around. After that, Zichen and the others entered the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Those who could enter the pavilion were the main forces of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Since they were the main forces, they were naturally friends. Zichen knew almost all of them, except for a few who he did not know. Therefore, Zichen introduced them to Binger. Binger had not reached the spirit origin stage and was naturally the weakest in the group. Everyone looked at her strangely. Obviously, they were guessing her relationship with Zichen. Zichen emphasized again. Back then, Binger and her grandfather saved me when the devil ape and I were severely injured. The others were relieved and nodded. However, this time, Binger was unhappy. "Zichen, what's going on? How did you offend them?" Wang Qiong asked after chatting for a while. Before Zichen could speak, the devil ape said, "We didn't offend them. They were too greedy and wanted to steal Zichen's things." Wang Qiong asked again, "Then who are they? What kind of power do they have? Why are there so many human origin stage cultivators?" Zichen smiled bitterly. "They are one of the strongest forces in the Tianwu continent. There are many Hotian and earthly origin stage cultivators. As for whether there are heavenly origin stage cultivators, I'm not sure." Wang Qiong and the others' faces turned pale. Lu Ping said worriedly, "If we kill them today, will there be earthly origin stage cultivators looking for trouble?" The others were also worried. Zichen thought for a while and shook his head. The possibility of earthly origin stage cultivators appearing is not high. As long as we can stop human origin stage cultivators, I think there should be no problem. Could it be that the things you have are only attractive to human origin stage cultivators and have no effect on earthly origin stage cultivators? Wang Qiong asked again. Zichen said, "No, the things I have are attractive to all the big forces. Last time, I was heavily injured and almost died because I met an earthly origin stage cultivator. Then how can you be sure that they won't attack you a second time?" The others' faces changed again. "Because there is one thing that is even more attractive than the things I have. I think they won't give up on the big stuff for the small stuff." "What is it?" Zichen's eyes flashed and he said word by word. "Lightning. Divine. Palace. Lightning Divine Palace." Exclamations sounded again. Almost everyone knew about the legend of the Lightning Divine Palace. It was a place where people could become gods. In the current world, almost all cultivators had heard of the legend of the Lightning Divine Palace, but they had never seen it before. Is there really a Lightning Divine Palace in this world? Wu whispered. Zichen nodded and said, "Of course. I personally saw the Lightning Divine Palace appear in front of me, so I don't think it's fake. Furthermore, I've seen it twice." Everyone in the palace was deeply shocked. Even Elder Gay was moved. Other people might not even see the Lightning Divine Palace once in their lifetime, but Zichen had seen it twice. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Lightning Divine Palace actually existed in this world. After that, Zichen described the scene of the Lightning Divine Palace's appearance. Everyone was extremely shocked. At the same time, they also rejoiced for the two of them. They actually managed to survive the devastation of the boundless rule force. Zichen then talked about a few things about Sky Realm cultivators, as well as spiritual bodies. Hearing this, they all sighed and exclaimed that the Sky Martial continent was too big. If it's just defending against human origin stage cultivators, it shouldn't be a big problem. LV Ping said. You have a way. Everyone looked at LV Ping. Originally, I didn't have a way, but now that Zichen has returned, I think it shouldn't be a big problem. LV Peng said. Zichen is already in the human origin stage. His battle prowess is already very strong, and his strength is incomparably powerful. If we let him control the 9 sword steels, we won't have to worry about others using sword formations to surround us. Speaking of the sword steels, everyone's eyes were filled with reverence. The sword steels were extremely powerful, and LV Ping could use them to kill a human origin stage cultivator. The people from the sword sect had come again, not for Zichen, but for the sword steels. This was originally just a guess, but after seeing the last 4 sword steels, everyone naturally understood. On each sword steel, there was a sword intent. These sword intents had already evolved to the extreme, representing a kind of extreme realm. There were fast, slow, heavy, light, and sharp, but no matter which one it was a kind of inheritance that had reached the extreme. Zichen already had a perfect body, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. After returning this time, he could tell that the sword steels were the inheritance of Xiantian techniques. Only Xiantian realm cultivators could truly comprehend and obtain the inheritance. Of course, some talented people could also comprehend some of the sword intents, and use them to create a set of sword arts. This was a true treasure, and its value was no less than the heavenly book. It could be used to cultivate a large number of powerful cultivators. The original method of using it was indeed a waste. After LV Peng explained, Zichen said, You mean, we should use the 9 extreme formation? You know about the 9 extreme formation? LV Peng was obviously surprised. He knew that Zichen knew about formations, but he didn't expect him to know about the 9 extreme formation as well. I know a little, Zichen said. Then it's easy. The sword steels are extraordinary. You can use the 9 extreme formation to release the sword intents within. It won't be a problem for you to fight against the human origin stage cultivator. Plus, with the formation, you won't be afraid of being surrounded, LV Peng said. In this world, no one dared to say that they weren't afraid of being surrounded. Only formation masters dared to say that. In front of a formation master, 1 person and 100 people didn't mean much. Of course, there was a limit, and it wouldn't work if the limit was exceeded. But how many human origin stage cultivators could besiege Zichen? It couldn't be more than 100. Zichen was sure that the Earth origin stage cultivators wouldn't appear. He still had a long time, and during this time, Zichen decided to make the heavenly barbarian pavilion stronger. At the top of the hall, Zichen said, Pass down the order. The celebration will last for 3 days. After 3 days, everyone will move out and start collecting and searching for resources. Full force. Everyone looked at Zichen in confusion. That's right. The war is coming, and we don't have much time left. LV Peng, have you built the transportation formation to the barbarian land? Zichen looked at LV Ping and asked. LV Ping nodded and said, It's been built for a long time. Then do you think it's possible to establish a sect there? Of course it's possible. That's where the Wuji sect is located. And for some reason, The spiritual chi in the barbarian land is extremely dense. If that place is a good place to establish a sect, then the ruins are a holy place for cultivation. Chapter 984. Move back to the land of barbarians? Why? Asked Zichen. Everyone's face was filled with puzzlement. They had established a foothold in the Bedlam and were fully deserving of their title as the #1 power in the Bedlam. Moreover, they had many mineral veins and markets in the Bedlam. Their daily income was astronomical. It could be said that they were making a lot of money in the Bedlam. Why would they want to go back? It must be noted that the land of barbarians was extremely desolate. Even though the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become very rich, mineral veins and the like were still very rare. Facing everyone's confusion, Zichen explained. Soon there will be a great battle. We need to return to the savage land and guard that place. We need to protect the savage land. Great war? What great war? Zichen had mentioned a great war, but no one knew what kind of war it was. Furthermore, he mentioned guarding the land of barbarians. It was evident that the scale of the war would not be small. The war between humans and demons. The alien races have invaded and they have already reached the ancient road. Zichen's words caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The invasion of the alien races and the war between humans and demons were obviously very important. I estimate that it will take them a long time to break through the ancient road. However, there are too many experts among the demon race. We have to make preparations as soon as possible. If the war between humans and demons breaks out, we will have to choose a region to guard. I believe it should be the land of barbarians, said Zichen. Everyone knew that the founders of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion came from the land of barbarians. They had no objections to Zichen's suggestion. If they really had to guard the land of barbarians, they would naturally guard the land of barbarians because the people of the fringe were not worth guarding. LV Ping nodded and said, All right, I agree. I will return to the land of barbarians and look for a place to establish our sect. However, there are some useful things in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion that we can move over when the time comes. Zichen waved his hand and said, There is no hurry. We have not seen each other for many years. Let's have a good gathering. After that, he looked at the people around him and said, All the resources of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, as well as all the subordinates of the forces, will be celebrated for 3 days. After 3 days, everyone will work hard. Send out all the people you can and gather resources as quickly as possible. The crowd nodded again and dispersed. Linger accompanied Binger while Zichen went to Cauldron Spirit's residence. When Zichen saw Cauldron Spirit on the mountain peak, he stepped forward and greeted him. Yes, you are back. Cauldron Spirit nodded. Senior, we plan to move back, abolish the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, and establish the Wuji sect. Zichen said directly. Oh? Did something happen? Cauldron Spirit looked at Zichen in surprise. Senior, why do you ask? If you didn't have any urgent matters to attend to, you could have gone back and established the everlasting sect on your own instead of moving the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion back. Relocating a sect is a huge undertaking. The manpower, material resources, and financial resources required would all be enormous. Moreover, you had to move back to such a rundown place. What else could it be other than trouble? Cauldron Spirit groaned. Zichen was secretly impressed by Cauldron Spirit's shrewdness. He immediately told Cauldron Spirit about the invasion. Alien invasion. Cauldron Spirit's eyes glinted. Do you have any suggestions, Senior? Zichen asked modestly. Cauldron Spirit did not answer. Instead, he looked at Zichen. When he saw that Zichen had goosebumps, he grinned and said, Kid, you are much better than I had imagined. Instead of thinking about how to protect yourself, you are thinking about how to protect the barbarian land. Just this responsibility alone is far greater than that little Wuji from back then. Seeing the puzzled look on Zichen's face, Cauldron Spirit explained. That little Wuji was the one who caused the destruction of the Wuji sect. He was the sect master of the Wuji sect. Senior, you must be joking. I am merely at the mortal origin realm. How can I be compared to the sect master of the Wuji sect? Cauldron Spirit said. Indeed, the two of you cannot be compared to each other because he is too selfish. He is not worthy of being compared to you. Cauldron Spirit's voice was cold and detached. It was obvious that he was still brooding over what happened back then. Senior, the lightning divine temple has appeared again, Zichen said cautiously. A trace of ridicule flashed across Cauldron Spirit's eyes as he said, That evil bastard has appeared again. The demonic race is invading again. Haha, chaos is upon us. The demonic race had invaded with numerous experts. Moreover, Zichen had personally fought against the demonic race on the ancient road. If an ordinary human cultivator were to fight against an ordinary demonic race, death would be the only outcome. In a one-on-one battle, the human race would be at a disadvantage. Naturally, Zichen did not care about the fate of the common people. All he cared about was protecting his own land. With a flash of brilliance in his hand, the mortal origin fruit appeared. He held the mortal origin fruit and said, Senior, this is the mortal origin fruit. I wonder if Senior can refine some medicinal pellets that are on par with the mortal origin fruit? A trace of surprise flashed across Cauldron Spirit's face when he saw the mortal origin fruit. Obviously, he had seen it before. He took the mortal origin fruit and carefully observed it. After a short while, he shook his head and said, This fruit contains the energy of the natural laws. I cannot refine something that is exactly the same as the mortal origin fruit. Zichen's eyes lit up upon hearing those words. He asked, Then Senior means that you can refine something with the same effect as the mortal origin fruit. Cauldron Spirit took a glance at Zichen and said, The human origin realm is, after all, still within the realm of humans. At this realm, one can still consume medicinal pellets. The mortal origin fruit is a miraculous fruit that contains the energy of natural laws. This energy of natural laws is of great use to cultivators. Even if I have the ability to reach the human origin realm, not everyone needs the energy of natural laws. Everyone has some of the energy of natural laws in their body. Although I can't replicate the mortal origin fruit, I can still refine some mortal origin pellets. I can refine the mortal origin fruit. Zichen was very surprised by this result. However, he did not let his excitement get to his head. Instead, he asked, There should be side effects, right? Cauldron Spirit nodded and said, Of course. If one is unable to reach the earthly origin realm for the rest of his life, and if one lacks the ability to comprehend nature, it will affect one's potential. To be exact, the probability of making another breakthrough is less than 50%. In Zichen's opinion, this side effect was not a big deal. After all, there were too many people in this world who were stuck at the mortal origin realm. As long as one could reach the mortal origin realm, they would be able to make another breakthrough for the rest of their lives. It was just like how Yukong was willing to reach the Dan origin realm and never make a breakthrough for the rest of his life. May I know what materials and main ingredients are required to refine this mortal origin pill? Asked Zichen after putting away the mortal origin fruit. Only one main ingredient is required, and that is the yuan core of a mortal origin realm expert. As for the other ingredients, they are relatively easy to find. Zichen had killed many mortal origin realm experts and possessed quite a number of yuan cores. When he heard that the yuan core was the yuan core, his face was immediately filled with astonishment. Cauldron Spirit looked at Zichen and said, Not everyone can kill a mortal origin realm expert. Furthermore, as it is an act that defies the natural order, only 2 yuan cores can be successfully refined into a mortal origin pill. The success rate is less than 80%. In addition, the success rate of making a breakthrough after consuming the mortal origin pill is also less than 80%. After leaving behind some yuan cores, Zichen left the place. This time, he went straight to the mountain peak where the 9 sword steels were placed. The original sword steels were used by LV Ping as the cornerstone of the defensive formation. After Zichen returned and gathered all 9 sword steels, LV Ping removed the sword steels from the formation. LV Ping had been waiting there for a long time. Obviously, he was going to teach Zichen the 9 extremes formation. The 9 extremes formation represented the 9 extremes. It was the best way to control the 9 sword steels. Zichen walked to the center of the 9 sword steels. His perfect golden spiritual senses gushed out. Soon after, he formed hand seals and the 9 sword steels began to vibrate. A strange look flashed across LV Peng's eyes. He said, "You know how to control them?" "I know a little." At first, Zichen was not familiar with the hand seals. As the 9 sword steels were vibrating, Zichen was unable to control them smoothly. But as time passed, Zichen's hand seals became faster and faster, and he became more proficient in controlling the sword steels. Boom! Finally, with a loud tremor, the sword steels rose from the ground. A sharp sword will surged out and swept through the entire heavenly barbarian pavilion. In the pavilion, many cultivators sensed the sword will and appeared one after another. They looked toward the mountain peak. Seeing that Zichen was familiar with the 9 extremes formation so quickly, LV Peng was shocked. On the sword steels, the sword will surged and an oppressive aura spread. Zichen was quietly sensing the sword steels. After a while, the powerful aura on the sword steels retracted and the sword steels slowly fell. Zichen opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes. This sword steels are indeed good stuff. They are rare treasures. If I can successfully refine them, their power should be even stronger. LV Peng looked at Zichen and asked, "Do you have a way to refine them?" Zichen said, "I can try. There's no need to rush. We'll talk about it after the 3 days of the celebration." LV Peng smiled. The 3 days of the celebration would naturally start from tomorrow. However, tonight, LV Peng and the others still held a welcoming ceremony for Zichen. Wang Qiong returned the pavilion master Zichen's token to Zichen. During this period of time, Zichen refused, but everyone insisted that Zichen keep it. After that, Zichen sent a voice transmission to LV Peng, asking him to refine a similar token and give it to Wang Qiong. Of course, the name on the token was no longer Zichen, but Wang Qiong. During the banquet, everyone introduced some core members of the pavilion to Zichen. They were also veterans, but they were all strangers. They had only joined the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the past 100 years. Zichen, the real pavilion lord, had returned, so everyone naturally had to toast him. Even though Zichen had developed a good tolerance for alcohol on the ancient road, he couldn't hold up against so many people. Everyone drank 1 cup after another, and he soon drank too much. Linger, the female Rakshasa, also drank until her face was red. In the end, she could not handle the alcohol and left the banquet. Binger, on the other hand, kept Zichen company. After the banquet ended, Binger helped Zichen back to his room. However, when they were outside the room, Zichen sent Binger back. He had drunk too much and was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and harm this little girl. Binger pouted, stomped her feet, and left unhappily. Zichen pushed open the door and entered the room. However, the moment he entered, he smelled an extremely pleasant fragrance in the room. This fragrance seemed to have a fatal attraction. It actually made Zichen's heart beat faster. Zichen shook his dizzy head. After entering the room, he walked towards the bed. He was happy today and could indulge himself for a day without cultivating. The curtain beside the bed was drawn. After Zichen pulled it open, the fragrance became even stronger. He shook his head again. When he saw that there was nothing on the bed, he fell asleep. Chapter 985. Zichen, who was about to fall asleep, looked up and saw a delicate face in front of him. Her face was beautiful, and her eyes were like silk. Her beauty fell on Zichen's face, emitting a light fragrance. Ling Linger. Zichen's voice was a little muffled. He was not awake yet. Zichen, I want you. Linger smiled. Her breath smelled like orchids. Her red lips moved towards Zichen. I am yours. Linger closed her eyes. Between their lips, there was something blocking them. Zichen was much more awake. Linger, what are you doing? Linger opened her eyes and saw the finger on her lips. She smiled mischievously and bit it. Zichen screamed. Most of the drunkenness in his body dissipated. Just as he was about to raise his body, he saw Linger's entire body on top of him. Zichen panicked and quickly used his hands to hold Linger's shoulders. Linger was wearing a translucent gauze dress. It was very soft and smooth. Zichen only felt his hand slip, and the gauze dress slipped off. Linger's shoulders were exposed. Her delicate collarbone, white and shiny skin, and the unique fragrance of a young girl made Zichen's mind ripple. The tip of his nose almost bled. Zichen wanted to push Linger away, but who knew that it looked more like he wanted to take off her clothes. Linger giggled. Zichen, you are so naughty. Call me master. I am your master. Zichen was already panicking. He wanted to put the gauze dress back on Linger, but he did not succeed after a few tries. The gauze dress was very slippery, and it kept touching Linger's skin. Zichen simply did not do it. His body leaned back, but then he felt something touch his chest through the gauze dress. I, Linger, don't have a master. I only have a big brother. Linger's body was completely on top of Zichen. Both of them were in a position where Linger was on top and Zichen was on the bottom. Both of their bodies were very close, and it was very ambiguous. Zichen's body glowed, and rays of golden light rushed out from his body. The drunkenness from before was instantly dispelled, and the delicate fragrance of the young girl in the room became even stronger. It was like a soul attack, constantly attacking Zichen's sea of consciousness, causing his body and mind to ripple as flames burned within him. Linger was not afraid of the golden light at all. Instead, she smiled even more happily. It's better to dispel the drunkenness. We are both in a sober state, and we will cherish each other more. In Zichen's eyes, Linger seemed to have turned into a demoness. At this moment, this demoness was baring her fangs at him. Boom! Zichen's aura went berserk again. However, the perfect power that had always been invincible seemed to have been greatly reduced today. It was actually ineffective against Linger. It's useless. Your wine has something I specially made for you. Do you remember this room? Back then, you were together with Sister Yor. At that time, I swore that I would be with you here. Linger's clothes, which were not much to begin with, were slipping down. Her seductive figure was completely exposed to Zichen. I am your master, Zichen emphasized again. He could not stand this kind of teasing. He simply closed his eyes, and the golden light around him entered a dormant state. What, my little Zichen, are you not going to resist? Linger pulled up a strand of hair and slid it past Zichen's nose. Then she giggled. It's useless to resist. It's better to just enjoy it. Zichen had already discovered the strangeness in his spiritual sea. There was a strange energy here. It was not harmful, but it could easily cause him to hallucinate. His mind was filled with scenes of him being together with Shangguan Yor. Moreover, Zichen was a normal man. He really could not stand this kind of teasing. In addition, this energy was suppressing the power in his body, making him unable to concentrate and control it. He felt very weak. Little Zichen, when you become arrogant, my whole body will be yours. Hee hee. Linger smiled. Then, her whole body pressed tightly against Zichen. A pair of jade peaks were pressing against Zichen's chest. Zichen suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. He almost lost control of the strange energy. His reason told him to stay calm, but there seemed to be a demon living in the depths of his spiritual sea, telling him to conquer Linger. I don't care, so why do you care? Besides, I don't recognize you as my master. At most, I'm just a senior apprentice brother. It's normal for a senior apprentice brother to have a relationship with a junior apprentice sister. The demonic voice echoed in Zichen's spiritual sea. Zichen was in a trance. He could no longer distinguish between illusion and reality. That mysterious energy was making him fall. You are master and disciple. There are no feelings between you. You're just being impulsive now. What will happen in the future? What will happen to Linger's reputation? Zichen still had some reason left. Yor leaned over Zichen. Her red lips were close to his ear. she softly said. Don't resist, don't struggle. Come, follow the steps in the depths of your heart. Besides, all your struggles are useless. Then, she stuck out her tongue and licked the tip of Zichen's ear. Zichen felt as if he had been electrocuted. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was a crazy flame in his eyes. Are you going to lose your mind? Come! Boom! A violent aura suddenly emerged from Zichen's body. This aura was extremely powerful. It was like a super-strong hurricane. Linger let out a cry of surprise. Her whole body was sent flying. She crashed into 2 screens. You! Her clothes were untidy. Her skin was as smooth as jade. Her beautiful face was full of surprise. One had to know that she had tampered with Zichen's wine. Once, when Zichen was drunk, he had sex with Shangguan Yue without tampering. But today, he was sober after she tampered with his wine. Humph, you're so mischievous. Get out. Zichen took a deep breath and said majestically. He was completely sober. Get out? Why should I go out? You seduced me. You asked me to come? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Linger made up her mind. Then, her whole body flashed. Like a boneless snake, she wrapped around Zichen. Golden light flashed in Zichen's hand. The golden light exploded in front of his eyes. A wave of energy spread in all directions. With a crackling sound, the jade in the room shattered. Linger was also forced to retreat. Hurry up and go back. I'll pretend nothing happened today, Zichen said with a sullen face. Nothing happened? How is that possible? My drunken dream immortal downpour is extremely rare. I don't believe you can hold on. Linger gritted her teeth and said, Anyway, after you're poisoned, you'll have to give it to someone else. It's better to give it to me. With that, Linger stepped forward again. Nonsense, this is really nonsense. I'm your master. Golden energy flew out from Zichen's hand. This energy was full of tenacity. They rushed toward Ling like little snakes. Facing the powerful Zichen, Linger was naturally no match. The little golden snakes wrapped around her tightly. Let me go. Linger struggled. Seeing that Zichen didn't react, Linger stared and said, What, you don't like to be passive? Do you want to be active? Zichen pointed with his finger again, and Linger's clothes were all rolled up. Then, one by one, they were placed on Linger's body. Don't mess around anymore. With that, the golden light wrapped around Linger and flew outside. A crackling sound came from Zichen's room. It had already alerted the others. They all rushed over and saw that the female Rakshasa was sent flying out by the energy. She fell to the ground. The female Rakshasa today was extremely beautiful and charming. However, they had been with her for a long time. Naturally, they knew that her temper was just like her appearance. She was very fiery. The female Rakshasa had never denied her feelings for Zichen. She almost always said that she would give her body to him. Everyone knew why she hadn't entered the ancient road. At this moment, seeing the female Rakshasa fly out with her clothes in disarray, they could roughly guess what had happened. They immediately blushed with shame. She was the first person who dared to use force on Zichen. She was indeed a female Rakshasa. After Linger got up, she glared at Zichen's room and said loudly, Zichen, just you wait. I'm not done with you. In the room, Zichen was silent. Around him, the others wanted to laugh. Obviously, they had already guessed that Zichen was having a headache. What are you all looking at? Have you never seen a beauty, or have you never seen a couple quarreling? Linger turned her head and shouted at the people around her. The people present naturally included Wang Qiong, the pavilion master, and the other senior figures. However, Linger obviously didn't care about them. Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. Holding it in, they silently turned around and left. That's really fierce, the devil ape said after they were far away. Immediately, it attracted a lot of laughter. Just you wait. Just you wait. Linger was still angry. Then, she glared at Zichen's room and said, Next time, I'll give you 10 times the dose. Let's see if you can still take it. The room was a mess. Zichen sat cross-legged on the bed. There was still the scent of Linger's body on the bed. Zichen couldn't calm down, so he simply got off the bed and found a chair to sit on. After such a commotion, his drunkenness was completely gone. Sleeping was a luxury, but he couldn't calm down to cultivate. After a while, Zichen simply said, "Forget it. I'll go cultivate the 9 extremes formation." Zichen left the room and went to the peak of the mountain dozens of miles away. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Zichen couldn't sleep and cultivated. The sword intent wreaked havoc in this area, and the powerful aura constantly surged. It was destined that the others wouldn't be able to rest well. Before dawn, the cultivators came out one by one and started to get busy. On one hand, they couldn't calm down because of the 3-day celebration. On the other hand, it was more because of the powerful aura and sword intent that occasionally wreaked havoc. While the entire Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was in a festive mood, news of Zichen's return had spread throughout the entire chaotic land. Zichen, who had returned, was very powerful. His Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had naturally become a superpower. However, the scene of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion quickly restoring the market didn't happen. After 3 days of the celebration, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion entered a busy state. The market was completely abandoned. All the cultivators went to the resource veins and started to speed up the mining. The female Rakshasa also brought people back to the ancient beast world as soon as possible. This time, she wasn't going to train, but to kill ancient beasts with all her might. After Zichen's return, it seemed that everyone in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion worked hard. However, some forces also noticed something unusual. Chapter 986. In the hall was the head of the Liu family, a late-stage primal core expert. Because they were attached to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, the Liu family had developed rapidly in the past few years, suppressing the Wang family. They were fully deserving of being the strongest power in the savage land. After the head of the Liu family arrived, he first congratulated Zichen on his return. Then, he asked when the market would reopen. It had to be known that the Liu family had a huge business in the market now. Because of the agreement with the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, they did not open branches in other markets. However, because of this, every day the market was closed, the Liu family's losses were immeasurable. "I don't plan to open the market anymore." Zichen's reply shocked the head of the Liu family. He immediately asked, "Pavilion Master Zichen, why are you doing this?" Zichen looked at the head of the Liu family and said, "I'm only telling this to you. As for you, you have to make preparations as soon as possible while keeping this a secret." The head of the Liu family saw the seriousness in Zichen's expression and nodded. "The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is preparing to move back to the savage land and establish the Wuji sect. This is because there will be a huge war soon. This war will involve the entire Tianwu continent. The battle will be very fierce. Therefore, what we need to do now is to accumulate strength, not wealth." "A war involving the Tianwu continent?" The head of the Liu family was shocked. "That's right. The invaders are the foreign tribes, and a great war may break out at any time. Now, the weapons refined by the Liu family can be kept for your own use, or you can sell them to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. However, you are not allowed to sell them to other forces. Furthermore, from now on, the weapons refined by the Liu family must be of high quality." "Pavilion Master Zichen, how true is this news?" asked the head of the Liu family. 100%. "Good. I'll bring them back to the savage land now." Zichen nodded. "That's good too. Prepare early. When you leave, you can leave from here." After a while, the head of the Liu family left. Zichen bringing the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion back would naturally have a huge impact on the Liu family. Furthermore, the title of the strongest power was destined to be revoked. However, in the face of the upcoming war, this title was useless. What the Liu family needed was not a title, but a rise. And this time, it was clearly the Liu family's opportunity. The news of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion killing a mortal origin realm cultivator from the Overlord faction had spread throughout the ancient beast world. The fact that the Overlord faction did not dare to settle the score was enough to prove how powerful the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had only risen to power for less than 200 years, but it had already trampled the Overlord forces under its feet. The speed of its rise was shocking. When the spirit-devouring rats had arrived at the ancient beast world, they had carefully explored this place and found many large mineral veins. As they were not in a hurry, the people of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion were slowly mining. In addition, only Dan Yuan could enter this place, and Dan Yuan did not want to mine, so the progress was slow. However, after Zichen's return, a large number of Dan essences entered the world of ancient beasts. This time, even the pavilion master, Wang Qiong, had arrived. He personally oversaw the situation. A large number of Dan essences began to collect resources and mineral veins. Some of the more powerful Dan essences were in charge of killing ancient beasts. On the same day, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion opened up 4 large mineral veins and killed countless ancient beasts. Every day, large amounts of resources were brought back to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and placed in the treasury. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's actions puzzled the other factions. However, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's daily intake of resources made them jealous. However, with Zichen around, no one dared to do anything to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. On the 10th day, the peace agreement that Zichen had signed with the demon race was broken by the demon race. After that, the demon race in the wasteland attacked the humans in the land of chaos. This was a devastating blow to the cultivators in the land of chaos. When the battle began, the humans were forced to retreat. They were forced to retreat tens of thousands of miles, and many of them were injured or killed. Linger was leading a team to chase after a group of ancient beasts when she heard the battle cries from afar. "Let's go and take a look." Linger gestured for a late-stage primal core cultivator to go. After a while, the late-stage primal core cultivator returned and reported, "It's the demon race. They're attacking the other factions. Should we go and help?" Linger glanced at him and asked, "Help? Why?" The late-stage primal core cultivator was stunned and said, "Because we're all in the same camp." Linger said coldly, "We were in the same camp in the past, but not now. Let's wait until the demon race attacks the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion." Just as the demon race was attacking the humans, the tribe leader of the demon race's ape tribe, the primal core elder ape, entered the ancient beast world. After he arrived, he held the Dragonman tribe's token and gathered all the tribe leaders. When he saw all the tribe leaders arrive, he held the token and said, "You're not allowed to attack the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. If you disobey, you'll be killed." The Dragonman's token had a strong deterrent effect on everyone. Even if they were confused, they did not dare to ask and could only obey. Hence, in the following battle, a strange scene occurred. The demon race would take a detour around the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's properties. When they saw the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's hunting team, they would also avoid them. The demon race did not attack the people from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, so the people from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion naturally did not interfere. Now, their main task was to search for resources. During this period, the other factions that could not win formed an alliance and launched a counterattack against the demon race. Some of these people followed Zichen in the past and knew the tactics that Zichen used against the demon race. However, after they used it, they realized that it was completely ineffective. Without a strong general, they could not deal a heavy blow to the demon race. After a while, they suffered heavy losses. Helpless, dozens of factions gathered together and started to discuss countermeasures. "The demon race is determined to chase us out. Our counterattack is completely ineffective. We can only ask the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for help. The previous incident has already made the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion disappointed. Will they help us? We're all humans. Furthermore, the demon race is attacking us now. After this, they will definitely deal with the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. I think they can see this." Everyone was discussing, but other than asking the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for help, there was no other choice. However, who in the heavenly barbarian pavilion to ask for help from was a big problem. Someone suggested, "Why don't we ask the female Rakshasa? She's extremely powerful and is not any weaker than Zichin in the past. As long as she's willing to lead us to attack the demon race, she'll definitely be the second Zichin to create a miracle. Go to the female Rakshasa. Are you crazy or thinking of committing suicide? She's indeed very powerful, but she's also very hot-tempered and bloodthirsty. She's a far cry from Zichin in the past. Instead of looking for her, why don't we look for pavilion leader Wang Qiong?" "That's right. Look for pavilion leader Wang Qiong. Old Wu, isn't Wu Yu from the Wu family engaged to pavilion leader Wang Qiong? If you look for him, he should give you some face." Wu Yu's father was a primordial core expert and had a high status in the family. After hearing this, he laughed bitterly and said, "I'm afraid I can't give him face because we haven't seen each other for decades. What's there to be afraid of? The relationship between father and daughter is deep. Even if we don't see each other, our hearts are connected." Wu Yu's father shook his head and said, "It's useless. The Wu family gave up on the heavenly barbarian pavilion previously, which is equivalent to giving up on Wu Yu. When both parties got married, there were elements of an alliance through marriage. However, what happened in the end made the heavenly barbarian pavilion and Wu Yu disappointed." Seeing that Wu Yu's father was unwilling to go, someone beside him said, "Brother Shangguan, the Shangguan family has an extraordinary relationship with Zichin. Why don't you go and talk to him? Shangguan Bingshi is with Zhang Haoyan and she's still living in the Shangguan family. Furthermore, Shangguan Yu and Zichin are husband and wife. Why don't you try looking for Zichin?" Shangguan Feixiong laughed bitterly as well. "I'm afraid there's no room for discussion. The heavenly barbarian pavilion is in trouble. I tricked my daughter into coming back and she's been locked up ever since. Furthermore, Yu has already drawn a clear line with the Shangguan family. Now, the Shangguan family has nothing to do with the heavenly barbarian pavilion. What's the harm in trying? This is an opportunity. As long as we tell Zichin about our relationship, I'm sure he'll agree. This time, he's not only helping us but also the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Would he watch us get chased out, and then the demon race chase them out?" This time, everyone was silent. However, for the sake of benefits, they still had to fight for it. Hence, the next day, Shangguan Feixiong left the ancient beast world and headed to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. As for Wu Yu's father, he went to look for Wang Qiong. From afar, he saw Wang Qiong controlling a purple gold gourd. The purple gold gourd was as big as a mountain. It was upside down in the air, and an illusory light shone from the mouth of the gourd. This illusory light shrouded an area of a few miles below. Following Wang Qiong's shout, a strong suction force came from the mouth of the gourd. Under this suction force, the mineral vein below began to shake. It was as if a giant was lifting it up. The entire mineral vein, along with the ground, was lifted up inch by inch. He was going to absorb the entire mineral vein. This scene stunned Wu Yu's father. Rumbling sounds continued. After about 2 hours, the mineral vein was completely absorbed by the purple gold gourd. Wang Qiong looked at the deep pit that was dozens of miles wide and shouted, "Clean up the surroundings. If you find a mineral vein, take it away. We'll go to the next one." After many years of development, the heavenly barbarian pavilion had many elixir realm cultivators. However, there were even more flying realm and true energy realm cultivators. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Hence, it would be faster to take the entire mineral vein and mine it outside. Wu Yu's father saw Wang Qiong, but they didn't speak. Wang Qiong was very busy. He didn't even have time to rest. After using up his origin energy, he immediately swallowed pills to recover. Then, he collected mineral veins one after another. At the same time, Linger was holding a golden storage bangle. This was the one that Zichin had obtained from an origin realm cultivator from the Jin family. The space inside was huge and could store living things. Now Linger wasn't just hunting ancient beasts. She was collecting large amounts of living ancient beasts so that she could raise them in the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the future. It was troublesome to dissect them after killing them, but it was too easy to capture them alive. She would go forward, knock them out, and collect them. This wanton collection continued for 3 months. After 3 months, the people from the heavenly barbarian pavilion voluntarily left the ancient beast world. Chapter 987. The heavenly barbarian pavilion had retreated back to the land of chaos. This was a huge blow to the other forces. They had hoped that the heavenly barbarian pavilion would start a fight with the demon race to protect themselves. They had not expected the heavenly barbarian pavilion to retreat. This was very different from how the heavenly barbarian pavilion used to do things. If the heavenly barbarian pavilion retreated, they would not be able to defeat the demon race. This meant that the ancient beast world would belong to the demon race. The other forces were not willing to accept this. Therefore, they gathered again to discuss and prepared to go to the heavenly barbarian pavilion to persuade Zichen. This time, the candidate was Shangguan Feixiong. It was worth mentioning that the last time Shangguan Feixiong went, he did not even get to see Zichen before he was chased out. If I go alone, the result will be the same. I won't even get to see Zichen, Shangguan Feixiong said directly. Then why don't you bring Shangguan Bingxi with you? Zichen might not give you face, but he should give her face, someone suggested. Once upon a time, they were the hegemonic powers. Everyone had to give them face. But now, they had to give face to others. They had to give face to others. That won't do. This concerns the entire land of chaos. It's not something the two of us can talk about. Moreover, even if I agree, what if you go back on your words? I'll say it again. If you want to go, we'll go together, Shangguan Feixiong insisted. Since it involved their own interests, everyone had no choice but to go together. Zichen was no longer the same as before. They might not even have the right to see him, let alone the other people in the tribe. Everyone who came this time had the right to talk to him. Before they came, they had already decided that they had to protect the ancient beast world even if they had to lose some benefits. However, just as they reached the border of the heavenly barbarian pavilion, they were stopped by a group of patrolling cultivators. Stop! This is the territory of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, the leader of the group said coldly. The heavenly barbarian pavilion used to be kind and never bullied others. However, things did not end well for them. More people wanted the heavenly barbarian pavilion to be destroyed. After Zichen returned, the heavenly barbarian pavilion changed drastically. They became aggressive and arrogant. In addition to closing the city square and the teleportation array, no other cultivators were allowed to enter his territory. Are you blind? Can't you see who's here? Outsiders, look! Isn't Shangguan Feixiong an outsider? He's Zhang Haotian's father-in-law, and his favorite niece is Zichen's wife. Why aren't you moving out of the way? The Dan Yuan from the heavenly barbarian pavilion stepped forward. They did not have as many people as the other party, but they were not afraid at all. The leader, Dan Yuan, looked coldly at the crowd in front of him and pointed at the boundary below. He said coldly, "Whoever dares to cross the line will be killed without mercy." You! The expressions of the others changed. When had the heavenly barbarian pavilion ever been so domineering? Immediately, one of the family heads said in dissatisfaction, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to us like that? Call your sect leader out." A mocking look flashed across the late-stage primal core realm cultivator's face. "You think you're qualified to meet the sect master?" The attitude of the other party made the family heads extremely uncomfortable. The heavenly barbarian pavilion, which had been polite for so many years, now had a very domineering attitude. "Friend, it's like this. We're here to discuss important matters with pavilion leader Zichen. Can you make an exception?" Shangguan Feixiong asked with a smile. "Pavilion leader Zichen is in seclusion and is not seeing anyone. Go back." Dan Yuan's attitude was very clear. He was not going to let them pass. Although the family heads were angry, they did not dare to use force in front of the heavenly barbarian pavilion, who had shed all pretense of cordiality. Helplessly, the group could only return. Humph, we were polite and nice to you at first, but all of you are looking forward to our deaths. You really think that we won't dare to be domineering and won't be domineering? Dan Yuan looked at the back of the group with a mocking look in his eyes. When the group returned to the nearest city square, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Originally, the heavenly barbarian pavilion was like a docile wolf king that others could touch however they wanted. Everyone was already used to this wolf king that did not have a temper. Suddenly, the wolf king bared its fangs at them. While they were not used to it, they were even more furious. This is too much. A mere primordial core realm cultivator dares to speak to us like this. Hateful, infuriating. After venting their anger, they still had to think of a way to seize Zichen. The only way was to bring Shangguan Bingxi along. Helplessly, Shangguan Feixiong could only go back personally and bring Shangguan Bingxi along. The next morning, at the same place, Dan Yuan met the family heads. He sneered and said coldly, "Outsiders are not allowed to enter the territory of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. If anyone dares to step forward, they will be killed without mercy." All the family heads were fuming with anger. One of them pointed at Dan Yuan's nose and said loudly, "Are you blind? Can't you see who this is? Are you going to tell me that she's not from the heavenly barbarian pavilion?" Dan Yuan saw Shangguan Bingxi. At this moment, Shangguan Bingxi looked very haggard. The group of Dan Yuan cupped their fists and bowed to Shangguan Bingxi. "Miss Bingxi is back. Let's go back quickly." Dan Yuan changed his cold attitude. Shangguan Bingxi nodded and walked away. Behind Shangguan Bingxi, the other family heads also walked forward arrogantly. However, before they could take 2 steps forward, they were stopped by an elixir weapon. "Miss Bingxi is from the heavenly barbarian pavilion. She can enter, but you can't. Those who enter will die and those who leave will live." Dan Yuan's expression became cold again. The other family heads were even angrier. One of them shouted, "He's Shangguan Bingxi's father. Even he can't enter." Dan Yuan sneered, "We only recognize Miss Bingxi. We don't recognize anyone else, not even the Shangguan family head." The family heads were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Shangguan Bingxi could persuade Zichen. When Shangguan Bingxi returned, she saw Zichen standing outside the heavenly barbarian pavilion's formation. He seemed to be waiting for her. "How is it? Did you suffer?" Zichen asked. He already knew about Shangguan Bingxi. Shangguan Bingxi shook her head. "It's good that you're fine. Go back and rest for a few days. Zhang Haotian will be worried if he sees you like this. When I came back, I saw him on the ancient road. He's fine. Don't worry." Indeed, when Zhang Haotian was mentioned, Shangguan Bingxi's eyes lit up again. She nodded and turned to walk forward. Suddenly she stopped. She wanted to say something, but she didn't in the end. Zichen said, "Go back and rest. I'll take care of this." Shangguan Bingxi nodded again and entered the pavilion. At this moment, all the cultivators in the heavenly barbarian pavilion's territory were busy. They were dissecting the mineral veins that Wang Qiong had brought back from the ancient beast world. After they were all dug up, their speed was much faster. Clang! Clang! Almost the entire heavenly barbarian pavilion's territory was heard. This was an extremely huge project. All of the cultivators were working without rest or sleep, and there was no lack of senior elders among them. Wherever Zichen passed by, quite a few core origin cultivators would nod and greet him. There were many who didn't know Zichen. After learning about Zichen's identity, their eyes were filled with admiration and fanaticism. Zichen reached the border alone and saw Shangguan Feixiong and the others. Originally, he needed to call Shangguan Feixiong senior when he saw him, but today, he didn't need to. This wasn't because Zichen's strength had increased, but because Zichen was completely disappointed in Shangguan Feixiong. "Pavilion Lord Zichen." The group cupped their fists at Zichen. Zichen nodded and said to the Dan Yuans, "Okay, you can go back to work." The Dan Yuans nodded and left. Then Zichen looked at the family heads and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Zichen's voice was calm. There weren't many emotional fluctuations, but everyone felt great pressure. They didn't know what to say. After looking at each other, everyone's gaze landed on Shangguan Feixiong. Shangguan Feixiong apologized to Zichen again and said, "Pavilion Lord Zichen, we would like to ask about the ancient beast world." Zichen didn't wait for Shangguan Feixiong to finish and said indifferently, "The heavenly barbarian pavilion has retreated to the ancient beast world. From now on, no one from the heavenly barbarian pavilion is allowed to step into the ancient beast world. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." The other family heads' expressions changed. Shangguan Feixiong asked, "Why?" Zichen sneered. "This is the heavenly barbarian pavilion's development strategy. At the same time, we want to leave some resources for you so that you won't covet our resources every day." Everyone's expressions became awkward. How could they still ask the heavenly barbarian pavilion to send troops to suppress the demon race? They could only leave angrily. However, before they left, Zichen's voice sounded in Shangguan Feixiong's and Wu Yu's father's ears. "If you are in a life or death situation, you can come to the heavenly barbarian pavilion." They were naturally unhappy that Zichen didn't help, but they didn't dare to do anything. The heavenly barbarian pavilion was like a wolf with its fangs out. It was full of offensive and destructive power. Compared to when it was docile, it was even more disliked. However, no one dared to provoke it. Looking at everyone's backs, Zichen muttered, "If I can't get everyone to acknowledge me and be grateful to me, then I'll just be myself and only myself." Without the heavenly barbarian pavilion, the other forces fell even faster. Soon, they were chased out of the ancient beast world. At this point, there was only the demon race left in the ancient beast world. In the entire chaotic land, all the forces and Dan Origin Realm experts blamed themselves and regretted it. In the past, they felt that their gains were too little and envied the heavenly barbarian pavilion's gains. However, now that the heavenly barbarian pavilion had left, they didn't gain anything at all. In the territory of the heavenly barbarian pavilion, everyone was working hard to mine the mineral veins. LV Ping returned through the teleportation formation after leaving for 3 months. "Zichen, I've found the place and renovated it. Come with me to take a look," LV Ping said. Zichen waved his hand and said, "I don't know anything about this, so I won't be going. It's all up to you. Once the arrangements are made, the heavenly barbarian pavilion can move. Furthermore, the move will be under your command." LV Ping nodded and stepped into the teleportation formation again. He returned after 2 months. "We can move now," LV Ping said after returning. The pavilion protection formation was activated and LV Ping gathered a group of experts. Zichen was the leader. LV Ping pointed at the heavenly barbarian pavilion and said, "We need to move this pavilion and the mountain. Also, we need to uproot the 4 mountain peaks on the 4 sides so that the formation won't be damaged." Chapter 988. 2 months after the heavenly barbarian pavilion left the ancient beast world, the heavenly barbarian pavilion made another shocking move, puzzling all the factions in the Bedlam land. What is the heavenly barbarian pavilion doing? Those large mineral veins have not been fully exploited, yet they are leaving. Did they find new mineral veins? The heavenly barbarian pavilion abandoned some of the large mineral veins in the outer regions of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. There were no primordial core realm experts, not even true energy realm miners. The people of the major forces entered the mine to investigate, and found that the mine was almost completely excavated, but not completely excavated. The remaining resources here were enough to make some small forces go crazy. The middle forces were tempted, and even the major forces would not easily give up. The Bedlam land was huge and there were many mineral veins that had not been exploited. After being chased out of the ancient beast world by the demon race, these factions were all looking for mineral veins. Now that the heavenly barbarian pavilion had suddenly left, it aroused suspicion. Did the heavenly barbarian pavilion find some large mineral veins and do not want these resources? Someone agreed with this guess. The heavenly barbarian pavilion was always lucky. They had stayed here for 10,000 years and did not find any mineral veins, but the heavenly barbarian pavilion had found them. Moreover, the place where the pavilion was built was a rare treasure land. It was said that it was a land of dragons. I don't know what kind of luck the heavenly barbarian pavilion has. They got all the good stuff, a family leader said angrily. Someone walked into the hall and whispered in Shangguan Feixiong's ear. Shangguan Feixiong's expression changed. They were in the market that had been destroyed and rebuilt many years ago. What happened? Someone asked when they saw Shangguan Feixiong's expression. The heavenly barbarian pavilion's influence has shrunk once again. This time, a total of 5 ore veins have been emptied. 4 of them are similar to this one, but there is still 1 ore vein that hasn't even been mined by half. What? Everyone's expression changed. The heavenly barbarian pavilion did not even want the primordial stone mineral veins. What are they doing? Everyone wanted to know the answer, but no one had an answer. At that moment, the heavenly barbarian pavilion had been uprooted along with the mountain below it, and kept by the purple gold gourd. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously as the earth quaked and the mountains shook. After the heavenly barbarian hall, Ziqin began to collect the other mountains around him, such as the treasure pavilion and the heritage hall. While Ziqin was collecting these items, groups of cultivators from the heavenly barbarian pavilion were led by Dan Yuan and entered the pavilion. Most of them were true energy realm miners. They belonged to the heavenly barbarian pavilion, but they had never entered the pavilion before. Now that they had arrived, curiosity was written all over their faces. Stop looking. Follow me. The leader, Dan Yuan, shouted. Then, he led his subordinates, who were all at the true element boundary, to an open space a few miles away. There was a huge transmission array there that led directly to the barbarian land. You guys lead your men to the barbarian lands first. We'll be there shortly, LV Ping said to Wild Wolf and the others. Everyone nodded. Then, they led their men into the transmission array. Rays of light flashed, and the figures of the cultivators disappeared one after another. There were only 3 decent forces in the barbarian lands. They were Lu, Wang, and Qin. Although Ziqin had cut off all dealings with the Qin family, the Qin family had made a name for themselves in the barbarian lands with their extraordinary alchemy skills. Compared to the past, the Qin family was much more low-key now. Other than being intimidated by Ziqin, the main reason was that the Qin family could only be ranked 3rd in the barbarian lands. On this day, the cultivators who were investigating the ruins suddenly felt the earth tremble. Then, they looked up and saw a blinding light flashing in the depths of the ruins. This light was extremely bright. It shot straight into the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. Ultimate treasure! A ultimate treasure has appeared. Hurry back to the family and report. A group of cultivators exclaimed and hurriedly reported the news. Soon, some Dan Yuan experts heard the news and arrived outside the ruins. After so many years of development, and the appearance of the calamity avoidance pill, the barbarian lands had completely changed. There were many Dan Yuan experts. When they saw the light in the depths of the ruins, their faces were filled with excitement. Then, they went deeper into the ruins. After hundreds of years of exploration, almost every family had at least one path that led to the depths of the ruins. When they reached the depths of the ruins, they found that the depths had changed greatly. As far as the eye could see, there was an empty area. On the ground, there was a stone soil that was emitting light. Clearly, there was a formation operating here. The originally dilapidated ruins had long since disappeared. This place was empty and neat. At a glance, this empty area occupied hundreds of miles. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth emitted colorful lights that floated in the sky. The light was at the center of this empty area. The light did not dissipate for a long time. It was not the appearance of an ultimate treasure. Instead, it was a huge transmission array. At this moment, the transmission array was flashing continuously. Groups of cultivators appeared one after another. These cultivators were of different realms. They ranged from true essence to Dan Yuan. After they appeared, they left the transmission array and arrived at the empty area. What's going on? The Dan Yuan experts of the various forces looked at the Dan Yuan experts of the Lu family who had arrived first. Zichen wants to rebuild the Wuji sect, an elder of the Lu family said. What? Rebuild the Wuji sect? Zichen is back! Everyone exclaimed. The news of Zichen's return had not spread in the barbarian lands yet. Why did he bring so many people to rebuild the Wuji sect? The Wang family expert asked. The elder said, the former heavenly barbarian pavilion moved back and changed its name to the Wuji sect. When the Wuji sect was established, the heavenly barbarian pavilion disappeared. When everyone heard this, they sighed. Moving the entire sect was obviously a big move, a really big move. More and more cultivators came out of the transmission array. There were already more than 10,000 of them, and the number of Dan Yuan experts had already exceeded 100. They stood neatly on the empty ground like soldiers waiting to be inspected. In the heavenly barbarian pavilion, Zichen had already put away the inheritance hall and the treasure pavilion, as well as the other 2 mountains. LV Ping nodded and said, it's done. Just use these mountains as the foundation. At this moment, in addition to groups of cultivators, there was also a large group of Dan Yuan experts following Zichen. LV Ping said to them, go and take away all the halls and pavilions that can be taken away, so that we don't have to rebuild them when the time comes. The group of Dan Yuan experts nodded and then went to the mountains. Most of the buildings in the heavenly barbarian pavilion were built on the mountains, and more than 90% of the mountains here had been cut off at the waist. Wu Lu flew over from afar and said, we've successfully evacuated 12 mineral veins. The others are still being mined and will be evacuated gradually. Zichen said, tell everyone to speed up. Wu Lu nodded and then retreated to the side. Zichen scanned the heavenly barbarian pavilion and asked, what should we do with this place? LV Peng said, there's only one teleportation formation left here. It's to be used at critical moments. Once we've completely moved, the formation here will be fully activated and connect with all the underground spirit veins, forming an impassable zone. The number of cultivators in the ruins was close to 100,000. Such a large number shocked the local forces. At this moment, a light flashed again, and Zichen and the rest appeared. Zichen, it's really him. He's really back. Everyone saw Zichen at a glance. After Zichen appeared, he looked around. LV Peng explained, this place has been flattened with a formation. After a few days, the ground will completely turn into flat mountain rocks. What we need to do now is to use these mountains as the formation foundation. In the future, the expansion of the heavenly barbarian pavilion will be centered on these mountains. After that, LV Ping gave Zichen pointers on where to place the heavenly barbarian pavilion's main hall and the other mountains. This was extremely precise. Zichen released the mountains according to LV Peng's instructions. Seeing the towering mountains falling from Zichen's small gourd, the local forces cultivators in the distance were completely stunned. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard continuously as the mountains fell. The main hall was on the mountain peak, and it was surrounded by rainbow-colored spiritual energy clouds. It was like a fairyland. LV Ping was in charge of the reconstruction this time. He said to the primordial core cultivators, take the elixir weapons and move outside with this empty space as the center. Wherever you go, all the formations will be destroyed and the formation foundation will be shattered. The primordial core cultivators nodded and then started to move outside, destroying the original remnants of the formations. If all the people in the heavenly barbarian pavilion were to migrate back, there would be hundreds of thousands of people. Naturally, a place that was only a few hundred miles wide would not be able to accommodate everyone. Therefore, after the main building was built, they started to expand until they occupied more than half of the ruins. During this time, LV Peng had already sketched out a blueprint in his mind. It included the area where the heavenly barbarian pavilion would be built. As it was a sect, an extremely formal sect, LV Peng had arranged for the inner sect, outer sect, and servants. If one wanted to become an inner sect disciple, one had to be at the primordial core realm. The outer sect disciple was at the flight realm, while the servants were at the vital essence realm. As for the servants, they did not have any servants yet. However, after the heavenly barbarian pavilion was built, they would recruit servants from the barbarian lands. These servants were all mortals with the potential to cultivate. The heavenly barbarian pavilion provided them with resources to cultivate. Once they had a breakthrough in their abilities, they would be promoted and become servants or enter the outer sect. This was a simple idea in LV Peng's mind. They needed to build areas for these people to live in. As for the specific division of ranks and duties, they would need to communicate with Zichen and the rest in detail after the construction was completed. According to the blueprint that LV Peng had sketched out, all the cultivators were busy. They were busy without sleep or rest. During this time, LV Peng led some cultivators who knew about formations to rebuild the sect's protective formation. Zichen also returned to the heavenly barbarian pavilion several times to collect a few more mountains without affecting the power of the great formation of the Land of Despair. Hundreds of thousands of people were busy. Finally, after half a year, the heavenly barbarian pavilion was successfully built. The forces of the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the Land of Chaos also completely withdrew from the Land of Chaos. In the clouds, the heavenly barbarian pavilion sat at the top. It was like a celestial pavilion. However, the words, Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, had been changed to Wuji Pavilion. Chapter 989. Zichen stood on the 9th floor of the palace and looked down at the entire Wuji sect. As far as the eye could see, there were rows of neatly arranged buildings that stretched for thousands of kilometers with the everlasting palace at the center. The entire everlasting sect was divided into several regions. There was the residence of the senior elders, the inner sect, and the outer sect. Everyone in the heavenly barbarian pavilion had retreated. There were hundreds of thousands of members in the Wuji sect now. Even the weakest cultivator was in the true energy realm. Sect leader, everything is ready. It's time to open the sect. Wu Lu walked up the stairs and stood behind Zichen. The heavenly barbarian pavilion had changed its name to the Wuji sect. Zichen had successfully become the sect leader. The Wuji sect didn't invite other forces to the opening ceremony. Zichen followed Wu Lu down the stairs and left the main peak. They walked to a huge square. This was a martial arts arena. 100-meter-tall platform was built in the middle of the square. Zichen stood on the platform. Beside him were the demon ape and Wang Qiong. Behind him were Wu Lu, Hei Feng, and the others. Below the platform was a group of cultivators from the Wuji sect. They were led by a group of core essence cultivators. Their realms were ranked from the late stage to the early stage. Then they were in the air. Behind them were the true energy realm cultivators. Hundreds of thousands of people stood together. They were so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of them. From today onwards, the heavenly barbarian pavilion will no longer exist. We will face the world with another identity, and that is the Wuji sect. Zichen looked around and said coldly, Today, the Wuji sect is officially established. Greetings, sect leader. The cultivators of the Wuji sect bowed to Zichen. Zichen waved his hand and signaled for everyone to stand up. He said loudly, From today onwards, the most important thing for all of you is to cultivate. Try your best to increase your strength as quickly as possible. I promise that all cultivators who have reached a bottleneck can apply for resources to break through the bottleneck. There's no limit to the resources. Below, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were excited when they heard this. They shouted sect leader again. All right. Next, I'll announce the personnel appointments, Zichen said loudly. The hundreds of thousands of people immediately fell silent. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Elder Gui will still be the Grand Elder of the Wuji sect. He will enjoy the same treatment and authority as the sect leader. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, a beam of light flashed on the stage and Elder Gui appeared. A black and white token appeared in Zichen's hand. This was the Elder's token. After Elder Gui took it, the crowd below started to shout, Great Elder! Old Gui nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't stay for long and disappeared in a flash. Wang Qiong will be appointed as the vice sect leader. He will have the same authority as the sect leader. Zichen took out another token. The token was still black and white, but it was a unique sect master token. Its effect was similar to that of the Supreme Elder token. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had been established for close to 200 years. Zichen had spent less than a quarter of his time in the pavilion. The rest of the time, he had been led by Wang Qiong. When Zichen had been in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, he had only represented a powerful deterrent and a belief. The ones who had truly brought the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to prosperity were Wang Qiong and the rest. Hence, Wang Qiong enjoyed the same authority as the sect leader. No one had any objections. This was also the result that everyone wanted to see. Wang Qiong stepped forward to receive the token and enjoyed the attention of the crowd. Everyone shouted in unison, "Deputy Sect Leader! Appoint LV Ping as an elder. He will be given an elder's token and a mountain peak. He will be in charge of the array masters of the Wuji sect." Zichen's voice rang out again. The Wuji sect was mostly flat land. There were very few mountain peaks. Zichen had moved them over from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. On each mountain, there were people who had contributed greatly to the Wuji sect. LV Ping was the #1 array master in the Wuji sect. Over the years, he had nurtured many array masters with great potential. When the war started, the array masters would play the most important role. Zichen needed such a strong team. Therefore, he asked LV Ping to form his own faction in the Wuji sect and let him choose from all the geniuses. Appoint Wild Wolf as an elder. He will be given an elder's token and a mountain peak. He will be in charge of the ancient beasts of the Wuji sect. Wild Wolf was originally an ordinary wild beast. However, he had broken through to the primal core realm. Regardless of whether it was his talent or his opportunities, he was extraordinary. It was best to let him take care of the ancient beasts that were still alive. Appoint Black Wind as an elder. He will be given an elder's token. Appoint Zhang Tong as an elder. He will be given an elder's token. Appoint. Zichen appointed 5 more elders in one go. However, it was only a position. He did not give them any mountain peaks. Appoint Qin Xing as an elder. He will be given an elder's token and a mountain peak. He will be in charge of the Wuji sect's alchemists. Appoint Qin He as an elder. He will be given an elder's token and will be in charge of the treasury. Appoint Ling Er as an elder. Today, Zichen appointed more than 20 elders at the opening ceremony. These people had followed Zichen for a long time. After many years, almost all of them had broken through to the later stage of the primal core realm. Not only were they elders, but they were also extremely powerful existences in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. After everyone was appointed, some observant people realized that Wu Lu was not assigned a position. It had to be known that Wu Lu had been at the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's beck and call all these years. Indeed, when it came to the last one, Zichen mentioned Wu Lu. Appoint Wu Lu as a steward. He will be in charge of all matters of the Wuji sect. He will be given a steward's token. His position will be second only to the sect leader. An uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone was very surprised by this appointment. When Wu Lu heard this, he was even more stunned. It had to be known that the current Wuji sect was fully formed. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the sect. However, he had been assigned a steward. This position sounded like a steward, but his position was second only to the sect leader. This meant that among the hundreds of thousands of people in the Wuji sect, Wu Lu's position was second only to Zichen, Wang Qiong, and Elder Gui. He was definitely above the hundreds of thousands of people. When he thought about Wu Lu Feng, who had thousands of people, and then looked at the hundreds of thousands of people in the Wuji sect, Wu Lu was excited. He also sighed that he had made the right bet back then. Zichen's appointment ended here. As the sect leader, he had nothing to do with appointing the elders. The following appointments would be made by the elders. LV Ping raised the token in his hand and said loudly, "Formation Masters, follow me." As he finished speaking, rays of light flashed from the crowd below. These were all Formation Masters, and they left with LV Ping. "Alchemy Masters, follow me." Qin Xing also shouted with the token in his hand. A few more people left the crowd, but there were even more people who did not leave. The following appointment and selection was a truly complicated process. However, they were the same as Zichen. After appointing a few leaders, they became hands-off managers. Next, these people would appoint others. This appointment was somewhat hasty, but after a period of adjustment, everything would be better. This appointment ceremony lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. After 2 days and 2 nights, there were no more cultivators here. Everyone had been assigned. The entire Wuji sect began to operate. However, with hundreds of thousands of people together, it obviously needed a period of adjustment. In the Wuji Palace, except for Gui Lao, everyone gathered again. Zichen sat at the head of the table. You guys prepare well. In 7 days, we will begin to recruit servants. If you encounter someone with high potential, you can directly take him as a disciple. In order to establish a sect, in addition to experts, more servants and fresh blood were needed. Back in the chaotic lands, fresh blood was the endless stream of true energy boundary and Zephyr realm cultivators. However, in the barbarian lands, this fresh blood was the talented mortals. Everyone nodded. They were also full of anticipation for the recruitment in 7 days. The barbarian lands had undergone earth-shattering changes. The spiritual chi here had become extremely rich, so much so that it had surpassed the chaotic lands. Therefore, among the mortals born in these years, there were indeed many talented ones. Occasionally, there would be a shocking talent. During the selection, except for the Xiantian realm cultivators, LV Ping will pick the disciples with potential first. After LV Ping, it will be Qin Xing, and then you guys. LV Ping and Qin Xing were happy when they heard this, but the others were somewhat disappointed. Zichen waved his hand and threw out pieces of golden jade slips. The golden jade slips landed in everyone's hands. Zichen said seriously, "Remember the cultivation method here. This cultivation method can only be used a few times. Remember, it is not to be taught to non-direct disciples." The golden jade slips recorded the perfect cultivation method. As core realm cultivators, everyone had extraordinary knowledge. As they probed it with their spiritual senses, their expressions changed instantly. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the palace. Then, Zephyr realm cultivator walked in. Greetings, sect master, vice sect master, and all the others. Zephyr realm cultivator bowed respectfully. There is something. Zichen looked at Zephyr realm cultivator. Sect master, there is someone outside looking for vice sect master. Looking for vice sect master? Who is it? Zichen was puzzled. There was a second of hesitation on Zephyr realm cultivator's face. Then he said, "It is a woman and a young man. They said they are the vice sect master's wife and son." Wife and son. Zichen was stunned. Then he looked at Wang Qiong and asked, "You have a son?" No one was surprised except for him and the devil ape. Obviously, everyone knew about it. Wang Qiong nodded. "Why haven't I seen him before? Why haven't I heard you mention him?" Zichen asked. Wang Qiong said, "He was brought to the Wang family the moment he was born. I have seen him a few times, but I haven't seen him for 7 or 8 years. Why didn't you let him stay in the heavenly barbarian pavilion?" Zichen asked again. Wang Qiong smiled and said, "I'm afraid he is too proud. After staying in the heavenly barbarian pavilion for too long, he has no ambition." "What do you mean, no ambition?" "The vice sect master is afraid that his son will compete with your son for the position of sect master in the future, so he let him return to the Wang family," Linga said from below. Zichen was stunned when he heard this. He did not think in this direction. First, he did not have a son. Second, he was brothers with Wang Qiong. This was the first time he heard that Wang Qiong had a son. He was overjoyed. How could he think of anything else? The others did not have any expression on their faces. Obviously, they all knew about this. Wang Qiong said, "Linger, don't talk nonsense." Zichen waved his hand and said seriously, "The Wuji sect does not belong to me, Zichen. It belongs to everyone. The sect master's inheritance is for the virtuous and capable, not for a single person. In the future, whoever is capable will be the sect master. Chapter 990. Eternal Weapon City, Lu Family. The Everlasting Sect's first stop to recruit workers was this place. This was set when the Everlasting Sect was founded. The Lu family had spread the news early on. This time, Yongqi City's gates were wide open, and everyone could enter the city. Moreover, after the grand opening ceremony, LV Ping and Qin Xing arranged for their subordinates to fly and Dan Yuan to search for mortals with good aptitudes in the entire region. In just 7 days, Eternal Weapons City was packed with people. Most of them were mortals. Even though they knew the Boundless Sect was recruiting odd job workers, they still wanted to send their children here. Everyone knew that the Everlasting Sect valued talent, not family background. That was why the people waiting to be tested were all very polite, and didn't try to pressure others. That was because no one could be sure that a beggar you looked down on might actually be a true disciple. 7 days later, the experts of the Boundless Sect arrived. Leading them was the current sect master of the Boundless Sect, Zichen. Zichen's name had long since become a legend in the uncivilized lands. There were countless stories about him. After hearing that Zichen had arrived, the crowd immediately became restless. Cries of surprise rang out continuously. Some people even hoped that sect master Zichen would take a liking to their children. Even if they didn't dare to say they were true disciples, just the status of a nominal disciple would be enough to bring glory to their ancestors and never have to worry about anything. Sect Master Zichen! The people of the Lu family hurried forward to greet him with a humble attitude. Zichen nodded in response. The arrangements below have already been made. Sect Master Zichen, please follow me. The people of the Lu family led Zichen's group to a stone platform. There was a row of seats neatly arranged on the platform. Everyone sat down. Zichen sat in the middle, LV Peng and the others sat to the side, and the people of the Lu family sat to the side. All right, let's begin, Zichen said indifferently. The people of the Lu family nodded, then gestured for everyone to hurry forward. The first one to step forward was a child of about 8 years old. At such a young age, he had already embarked on the path of cultivation. There was a hint of pride between his brows as he took a few steps forward and placed his small hand on a crystal ball in front of Zichen. The crystal ball immediately emitted light. He had played this kind of trick countless times at home. He even knew what kind of light it was. The crystal ball glowed, and he looked up at Zichen. Only then did a hint of nervousness appear on his face. Zichen nodded indifferently. Nodding his head meant that he had passed. The young man should have been happy, but not only was there no happiness on his face, there was instead a lot of disappointment. Zichen, who was just about to nod, suddenly glanced at the young man and said indifferently, "You didn't pass." Next. The sudden change caused everyone to look at Zichen in confusion. As for the young man in front of them, he stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the crystal balls in front of LV Ping and the others were also emitting light. Each one of them was a youth with potential. Zichen swept his gaze over the crowd and said indifferently, "Those who have embarked on the path of cultivation, please step forward. Today, we are only accepting ordinary mortals." Zichen's actions completely stunned the Lu family. It had to be said that this matter had been arranged by them, so for the sake of convenience, they had arranged for all of the youths with potential to be in front of Zichen, LV Peng, and the others. Their goal wasn't purely to enter the Boundless Sect, but to become disciples of these people and become direct disciples. But they hadn't expected that Zichen would disqualify the others as soon as he tested the first one. It had to be said that LV Ping and Qin Xing had clearly been moved by this. Clearly, they had found someone they liked. But when they saw that Zichen had no intention of continuing to explain, they could only tactfully shut their mouths. After the Lu family waved their hands, dozens of youths at the front of the line left in disappointment. "Uncle, their potential isn't bad. Why did you give them up?" A young voice came from behind Zichen. This was a youth around 15 or 16 years old. He had delicate features and a heroic aura. Unfortunately, the hairs at the corners of his mouth hadn't yet faded, making him look slightly immature. He was Wang Qiong's son, Wang Weiyu. It was said that this name had been given to him by Wu Yu, meaning that Wang Qiong was afraid of Wu Yu. Zichen treated Wang Weiyu extremely well. Although Zichen didn't have any children, everyone could sense that Zichen treated Wang Weiyu even better than his own children. At this moment, no one dared to ask. Only Wang Weiyu wasn't afraid. Zichen rubbed Wang Weiyu's head and smiled. Potential doesn't represent everything. If potential doesn't represent everything, then what does? Wang Weiyu didn't understand. You'll understand in the future. Zichen's potential could only be described as ordinary, but he had his current accomplishments. As long as he had enough resources, even someone with a slight spirit root could be nurtured into a Xiantian cultivator by Zichen. Potential could only represent your starting point. It couldn't determine your entire life. Zichen was recruiting people here to provide them with an opportunity. Whether they could soar to the heavens or not depended on whether they could be mediocre. In Zichen's eyes, potential didn't represent anything, but attitude did. When the Lu family members saw Zichen nod, he was extremely disappointed that he hadn't been able to become Zichen's direct disciple. He wasn't happy that he had entered the everlasting sect. He felt that his talent was high enough to enter the everlasting sect. If he entered the everlasting sect with this kind of attitude, he would feel that the everlasting sect would provide him with all the resources in the future. He wouldn't feel grateful to the everlasting sect, and he might even resent the everlasting sect for their unfair distribution of resources in the future. Zichen wouldn't recruit such a person, no matter how high his potential was. Moreover, in the Wuji sect, there were too many people with high potential in terms of elixir essence and flight speed. The Lu family members seemed to understand Zichen's meaning, and he secretly regretted that he hadn't explained things properly. This was just a guess Zichen had made after seeing the other party's expression. It couldn't be 100% correct, but Zichen's thoughts would determine everything. In front of Zichen, the crystal ball lit up again, but the light wasn't very bright. It was much dimmer than before. It could be said that this person had potential, but not high. Under the other party's expectant gaze, Zichen nodded. Pass. The youth was extremely excited, almost jumping up and down in excitement. His family members, who were watching from afar, were also extremely happy. Among the mortals who came this time, there were many disciples with potential. Over 500 people were recruited on the same day. Some had good aptitudes, and some had bad aptitudes. However, Zichen would accept any mortal who could make the crystal ball glow. As for how far they would go in the future, that would depend on them. That night, the Lu family members came to the inn to find Zichen. Evidently, they were here to discuss the matter of the youths. Zichen said, "They've already embarked on the path of cultivation. They started early and have a high starting point, so it's not suitable for them to hang around with mortals who have never cultivated before. This will make them feel superior, which will make the mortals feel inferior. After this, I will give you some quotas. You can send them directly to the everlasting sect." Zichen had left some quotas for the Lu family, but the Lu family members weren't happy. After all, these people would be branded as members of the Lu family. Perhaps they would be given good resources, but they would never be able to come into contact with the core of the everlasting sect, and they would never be able to become core members of the everlasting sect. Damn it! The Lu family members were furious, but they were also very regretful. They hadn't expected that the cause of all this was a youth. That youth had the highest potential in the Lu family, and he was usually spoiled. They hadn't expected that he would cause such a disaster today. The next day, the recruitment continued, and it lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, Lu Ping and the others didn't find anyone with high potential who could be accepted as a true disciple. However, there were quite a few who had potential, so the overall harvest was great. On the 8th day, the recruitment in Eternal Weapons City had come to an end. Next, they would go to the other large cities, where the other forces had already made their preparations. Just as Zichen and the others were preparing to leave, a figure ran over from afar. It was a 5 or 6-year-old boy. His clothes were tattered, his body was thin, and he even had a long nose. He seemed to have run over from a very far place. Although he was thin and bony, he was sweating profusely. "Are you still recruiting?" He took a deep breath and sniffed the snot into his nose. Looking at Zichen and the others who were about to leave, he asked nervously. On his dirty little face, there was hope and fear, but his eyes were firm. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. In fact, there was no need for a test. They only needed to use their spiritual sense to sense the little guy's potential. He had almost no potential at all. Seeing everyone shake their heads, the little guy's eyes were filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. He took another deep breath and asked, "Can I try?" The others wanted to say something, but a light flashed in front of Zichen, and he said, "Come, you can try." Everyone looked at Zichen in surprise. They had already seen that the little guy had no potential, so Zichen should be able to see it too. The little guy stepped forward, but he didn't take the test. Instead, he bowed to Zichen and said, "Thank you. Come, try." The little guy took a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Everyone stared at the crystal ball. Even though they already knew the result, they still wanted to see it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. There was no reaction from the crystal ball, not even a little bit of light. Sighs came from all around, and the young man's firm eyes wavered. Suddenly, the crystal ball released a dazzling light. The light was as dazzling as the sun. Seeing the dazzling light, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? They couldn't understand how the little guy with no potential could make the crystal ball release such a dazzling light. The little guy stared blankly at the glowing crystal ball in front of him. The wavering eyes became firm again. "Good, good, good," Zichen said good 3 times. "With such potential, it can be said to be superior. Are you willing to take me as your master?" Lu Ping and the others turned their heads and looked at Zichen with a strange look in their eyes. The little guy was also stunned by the sudden happiness. He was stunned and didn't answer immediately. However, under the exclamations from all around, he quickly reacted. He took 2 steps back and cowed out, "Disciple Chinfeng greets master." Envious gazes came from all around. Obviously, such a good thing fell on this slug. Zichen said happily, "Your potential is very high. I will teach you a cultivation technique that is suitable for you. However, I want you to improve twice as fast as others. Otherwise, I will take back the cultivation technique and abolish your cultivation. Master, don't worry. Disciple will work hard and not disappoint master." Chinfeng cowed out again. Zichen pointed at the space between his eyebrows, and a cultivation technique appeared in his sea of consciousness. "After returning to the sect, I will provide you with resources. You don't need to do anything else. You just need to cultivate. However, I will let you see your progress." "Yes." Although Chinfeng felt that this cultivation technique was strange, he still nodded. After that, Zichen turned his head and said, "I have already recruited a disciple, so I won't go anywhere else. You all can go. Ling Er, Chinfeng will be your junior brother from now on. Take good care of him, but don't help him while he is cultivating." "Got it." Ling Er dragged her voice out. After that, everyone left with Chinfeng. As for the other children who passed, they were brought back to the everlasting sect. Chapter 991. The Lightning Dominion had an extremely special meaning to Zichen. The first time he avoided being hunted down, he relied on the Lightning Dominion. After that, the lightning in the Lightning Dominion became his trump card again and again, and he used this lightning to resolve danger time and time again. To Zichen, the Lightning Dominion was a lucky place. Legend has it that the Lightning Dominion was formed after a corner of the Lightning Divine Temple collapsed. Now that the Lightning Divine Temple had reappeared in the world, Zichen had to go to the Lightning Dominion to take a look. He had to find out what exactly that corner of the Lightning Divine Temple was. The lightning in the Lightning Dominion was still rumbling. Zichen's perfect spiritual sense couldn't detect anything abnormal in the outside world. Now that the lightning dominion was no longer effective against him, his figure flashed and entered the lightning dominion. His figure flashed again, and he had already reached the 9th level of the lightning dominion. Without the lightning mark between his eyebrows, Zichen could enter the 9th level of the lightning dominion with his own strength. In the 9 levels of the lightning dominion, the lightning energy was still divided into different levels. Each level was stronger than the previous one. Lightning crystals floated above the 9 levels of the lightning dominion. The big ones were as big as a fist, and the small ones were as big as walnuts. These lightning crystals were no longer attractive to Zichen, but they were still rare materials for refining. As he extended his spiritual sense, the surrounding lightning crystals gathered towards Zichen. After collecting these lightning crystals, the golden mark between Zichen's eyebrows reappeared. He felt pressure from this level and didn't dare to be careless. Sure enough, when the mark appeared, the pressure on Zichen decreased greatly, but there was still an oppressive aura. Clearly, in the depths of the lightning dominion, there was still lightning that could threaten Zichen. Zichen began to go deeper, and soon reached the place where he obtained the lightning spirit crystal soul. He then took a step forward. This was the 2nd level of the lightning dominion, and the power of the lightning was 1 level higher. Lightning roared, but it circled around Zichen. After Zichen entered the 2nd level, he saw many thunder crystals, but he did not see any thunder soul crystal bodies. Zichen continued to go deeper, and after a few hundred meters he reached the 3rd level. As soon as he reached the 3rd level, Zichen saw a piece of thunder spirit crystal essence. This thunder spirit crystal essence was not a thunder dragon, but a unicorn. A piece of thunder spirit crystal essence could be refined into a peerless, powerful weapon. With Zichen's current strength, he could definitely refine a peak-level powerful weapon. One had to know that the limit of a human was the human level. Beyond the human level, one had completely broken away from the concept of a human. However, before Zichen could keep this lightning spirit crystal soul, he heard a loud and clear dragon roar resound in this world. A glaring silver light cut through the space of the lightning region and charged towards the lightning spirit crystal soul. Ding! Then there was a crisp sound that overshadowed the thousands of thunder and lightning. A silver spear directly pierced a hole in the lightning spirit crystal soul. The dragon soul mark on the spear was constantly glowing, and there was a dragon's power spreading out. In the lightning spirit crystal soul, the soul was changing. Sometimes it turned into lightning, sometimes it turned into a strange beast, as if it was struggling. Under the perception of spiritual sense, Zichen saw that the soul in the lightning spirit crystal soul was being devoured by the dragon soul spear. As expected of a human-level spiritual weapon, it can sense and devour on its own. Looking at the dragon soul spear, Zichen sighed. It was a pity to lose a piece of lightning spirit crystal soul, but compared to the dragon soul spear, it was nothing. It took the dragon soul spear a quarter of an hour to completely devour the lightning spirit crystal soul. The dragon soul spear turned into a ray of light and flew back. The previous lightning spirit crystal soul had lost its soul and became a pure thunder crystal. After advancing for about 10 meters, Zichen found another piece of lightning spirit crystal soul, but this time, the dragon soul spear did not devour it on its own. It was still a lightning spirit crystal soul that could turn into a strange beast. There were still many lightning crystals floating in the surroundings. Zichen took all of them without hesitation. In the entire barbarian lands and the Bedlam lands, it seemed that only Zichen could enter this place. Therefore, the things here had not been touched by others, and he could take them as he wished. After that, it was the 4th level, the 5th level. When Zichen's harvest was not small, he gradually felt the pressure. When he reached the 6th level, Zichen felt that he had reached his limit. He could at most advance another level, or else his life would be in danger. No, I have to go deeper. Zichen paused at the 6th level for a while, then adjusted himself and stepped into the 7th level. This lightning territory was extremely special. Since Zichen could feel that it was extraordinary, others could naturally feel it as well. Until now, no experts had stepped into this place. Firstly, there were no experts in this area, and secondly, no one in the outside world knew that there was a lightning territory that was related to the Lightning Divine Palace. If they knew, there would definitely be a large number of experts coming here. Even Earth Yuan experts might be tempted to come here. Just as Zichen stepped into the 7th level lightning territory, he felt a terrifying pressure descend. This pressure was extremely frightening. Even with Zichen's perfect body, he could not withstand it. His body swayed and he almost fell down. In this level 1 thunder territory, there were even more thunder crystals floating in the sky, densely packed. In addition, there were also many Thunder Soul crystal souls. These Thunder Soul crystal souls were very large in size, and they faintly emitted a fierce aura. Along the way, Zichen's experience was extraordinary. He had seen almost all of the heavenly treasures. However, when he saw the lightning crystals and lightning spirit crystal souls in front of him, he was still a little stunned. This was because there were simply too many of these things. They could totally be called a treasure trove. Zichen raised his foot and stepped forward. Just as he took another step, the pressure around him increased once again. Zichen's bones emitted cracking sounds, as if they were about to break under the high pressure. This lightning territory is indeed frightening. If a mortal Yuan realm expert without a perfect body came here, they would definitely be unable to move and would be exhausted to death here. Zichen sighed. However, he was not worried. The lightning mark between his eyebrows emitted a bright light, forming a golden light barrier that protected Zichen in the middle. Zichen pushed the lightning mark to the limit. As expected, he felt the pressure lessen a little. However, it was only a little, and it was enough for Zichen to move. At this level, Zichen's perfect spiritual sense was also suppressed, and he could not extend it. Therefore, Zichen could only use the purple gold gourd to collect the lightning crystals and lightning spirit crystal souls. The purple gold gourd was left behind by Butcher. Its material was extremely extraordinary. Even when Zichen reached the mortal Yuan realm, he did not fully understand it. It was considered an incredible treasure. Zichen moved forward with difficulty. His bones constantly emitted cracking sounds. He endured the pressure and collected everything around him. After Zichen collected everything in the 7th level lightning territory, Zichen felt his entire body collapse. At this moment, he was in the middle of the lightning territory, surrounded by extremely terrifying lightning. He could not even use his divine ability to automatically recover. He could only take out high-grade Yuan liquefied origin liquid to recover his energy. By the time Zichen fully recovered, he would be at the edge of the 7th level. At this point, Zichen took a deep breath. However, he did not immediately step in. The 7th level lightning territory was already unbearable to him. The 8th level was naturally even stronger. If he rashly entered, he would definitely encounter danger. After a 3-second pause, his spiritual sense moved. In the next moment, there was a rumbling sound around Zichen. 9 tall stone steels appeared around Zichen. They stood side by side, forming a circle that protected Zichen in the middle. These were sword steels powered by the 9 extremes array. At this moment, they formed a defense. Within the lightning territory, a resonant sword intent was emitted. Sword light flashed one after another. The sword light formed a defense, blocking the lightning pressure for Zichen. The pressure on Zichen was greatly relieved. Entering the 8th level lightning territory was no longer a problem. Although he had a premonition that the lightning in the 8th level lightning territory would be even more terrifying, when Zichen personally experienced it, his complexion immediately changed. Under the constant devastation of the lightning, in addition to the terrifying pressure, Zichen's 9 extremes array was nearly broken apart. Zichen focused his mind. His hands formed a seal, and a golden light gushed out from his fingers, falling onto the 9 sword steels. A moment later, the sword steels stabilized. But what was worth mentioning was that the sword steels didn't show any signs of damage when facing the bombardment of lightning. The sturdiness of their materials was beyond imagination. After completely stabilizing the sword steels, Zichen had time to look around. With a glance, he didn't see any thunder crystals or thunder soul crystal souls. However, he did see thunder liquid falling down like raindrops. This was the exact same thunder liquid essence as he had seen on the ancient road. At this time, what appeared in front of Zichen was a vast expanse of thunder liquid essence, just like dense raindrops. Zichen's mouth dropped open and his eyes widened. His eyes were wide with disbelief and shock. Before, the thunder crystals and thunder soul crystal souls hadn't caused Zichen to have such an expression. But as he saw this thunder liquid essence, Zichen was completely shocked. When Zichen saw the thunder crystals and thunder soul crystal souls, he thought that LV Ping and the others were each holding a human-grade weapon. But now, what appeared in front of Zichen was a large group of Xiantian realm martial artists. Thunder liquid essence could create a Xiantian realm martial artist. Zichen had personally experienced this. And he still had some thunder liquid essence on him that he hadn't had the time to give to LV Peng and the others. It was just that this thunder liquid essence was extremely limited and could only help a limited number of people break through. However, the amount of thunder liquid essence in front of him caused Zichen's expression to change. There were far too many of them. This place really is a treasure trove, a true treasure trove. Whether or not my everlasting sect will be able to rise and become one of the top powers on the martial heaven continent will all depend on this thunder liquid essence. Zichen repeatedly sighed in admiration. This thunder liquid essence could create so many Xiantian realm martial artists. It could be considered an amazing treasure trove. The current Zichen had an inheritance, resources, and powerful soldiers. It could be said that he had gathered all the resources needed for the everlasting sect to rise. Although the current everlasting sect couldn't compare to the everlasting sect of the past, the resources it possessed were not something an ordinary power could compare to. Right now, what the everlasting sect lacked was an Earth Yuan expert that could rank at the top of the martial heaven continent. Zichen controlled the sword steel to approach the thunder liquid essence. Then, he carefully put it away. Zichen could already foresee a scene where a large number of Xiantian realm martial artists appeared in the everlasting sect. It took Zichen a full 2 hours to collect all the thunder liquid essence. During that time, he even rested. Controlling the sword steel had consumed a great deal of his energy. After putting away the thunder liquid essence, Zichen adjusted the sword steel once more to enter the next level. 9 represented the limit. Zichen concluded that this was the final level. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation to see what this level would hold. Could it be a sea of thunder liquid essence, or a pile of thunder soul crystal souls? Chapter 992. An unimaginable force sent Zichen flying. A hole appeared in the 9 extremes array, and a huge pressure came in through the hole, wreaking havoc on Zichen. Puff! Zichen coughed out blood as he flew back dozens of meters. A sword steel fell in the distance, and the other 8 sword steels joined together to form a defense for Zichen. What is that? Zichen stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of surprise. He had encountered an attack, but he didn't know what it was. After standing up, Zichen formed another seal, and another sword steel flew out and returned to its place. The 9 sword steels merged into one again. The attack just now wasn't scary. Zichen was in such a sorry state because he was too careless. He was focused on the pressure, and didn't think of an external attack. After pondering for a moment, he decided to go forward again. The 9 sword steels formed a defense, constantly revolving around Zichen. Zichen went forward again, and when he reached the edge of the 9 extremes array, he raised his vigilance and stepped in. As soon as he stepped in, before Zichen could see what was around him, the strong force appeared again. The defense formed by the sword steels only trembled slightly, and the force fell on Zichen, and then attacked Zichen. Zichen still didn't see anything clearly, and his whole body flew out. However, because he was fully prepared this time, he wasn't in such a sorry state. In the process of flying back, he was still able to control the sword steels to block the thunder and lightning. This time, Zichen retreated more than 10 meters with the sword steels. His expression was even more uncertain. After being attacked twice, he actually didn't see what was attacking him. However, he wasn't injured this time, so Zichen wasn't afraid. Instead, he was curious. Just as he was about to enter for the third time, a cold and old voice came from the 9 extremes array. Scram! If you dare to come forward again, die! The voice was old and cold, and filled with endless killing intent, causing Zichen's face to change again. Why is there someone here? This was Zichen's first reaction. Then Zichen guessed that this should be the place where some expert went into seclusion. But who would be in seclusion here? Furthermore, there were many resources placed outside. Zichen's face was full of confusion. His expression kept changing, but he didn't take another step forward. In the 9th grade Thunder Dominion, the old voice did not appear. Zichen stood there in a daze for a full 15 minutes. During that time, his expression flickered with various emotions. In the end, he made up his mind to continue onward. He hesitated for a moment before taking 2 steps forward. This old man will warn you one more time. If you dare to step forward again, you will die. The old voice sounded again. But Zichen didn't care at all. His steps were firm and steady, 1 step at a time until he reached the edge of the 9th grade Thunder territory. You little brat, how dare you not put me in your eyes? Just wait for me, Thunder Freer's anger. During this time, the old voice sounded out once more. It seemed that the existence within the 9th grade Thunder Dominion was already flustered and exasperated. The old man didn't immediately launch an attack. Zichen concluded that there should be some sort of situation that caused him to only be able to attack at the 9th grade. But whether or not it was as the old man said, that he was strong enough to easily kill him, that still required Zichen to personally verify it. However, the old man's first 2 silent attacks were clearly sneak attacks. The first time, he had nearly killed him. The old man was an old man, and if he was willing to do such a dishonorable sneak attack, then his true strength couldn't be as great as he claimed. Or perhaps he was an injured person and was currently recuperating. But there was also the possibility that the old man was strong enough to kill Zichen in a single strike. There were all sorts of guesses, but all of them required Zichen to personally experience. Standing outside the 9th grade Thunder territory, the old man's threatening words were still ringing in his ears. The lightning mark between Zichen's eyebrows emitted an even brighter light, forming an even more dazzling light shield. At the same time, Zichen pushed the 9 extremes array to its limit. The 9 sword steels continuously emitted sword cries and released sword chi. They were like 9 rays of light that revolved around Zichen. Before entering this time, Zichen had made 120% of his preparations. After he stepped in, his eyes were glued to the front. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas appeared once more, sweeping towards Zichen. But this time, not only did Zichen open his eyes wide, but he also spread out his spiritual sense. He wanted to see just what was attacking him. The first thing Zichen saw was a flash of light. It was a flash of lightning that was extremely dazzling. This flash of lightning was like flowing water, striking towards Zichen. However, it landed on the 9 sword steels first. The 9 sword steels were currently spinning rapidly. As they spun, they were also dispelling this huge force. The lightning and flowing water were forcibly dispersed, and the strong force was neutralized. However, there was still a force that passed through the sword steels and rushed towards Zichen. But this time, when the strong force landed on Zichen, it turned into a pushing force, pushing Zichen towards someone in front of him. Under this pushing force, Zichen retreated and left the 9th grade array. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and his expression was one of shock. He finally saw what it was that had attacked him. However, when he saw what it was, his expression was filled with disbelief. It's lightning liquid essence, Zichen murmured, as if he was moaning. The lightning and flowing water that attacked him just now was lightning liquid essence gathered together. Every drop of this thing was worth a lot, but it had actually gathered into flowing water here. How extravagant was this? Just as Zichen was in shock, the old voice sounded again. This is a lesson for you. If you dare to step forward again, you will die. Zichen completely ignored the voice. His mind was filled with thoughts of how much lightning liquid essence was there. 1,000, definitely more than that. 10,000, most likely more than that. Zichen's mind was once again shaken. 100,000. Without personally counting, no one could be sure. Putting aside what was in the 9th grade lightning domain, just the lightning liquid alone was enough for Zichen to risk his life for. Even if 100 drops of lightning liquid essence were enough to nurture a Xiantian warrior, a conservative estimate would be that there were 30,000 drops of lightning liquid essence. That was 300 Xiantian warriors. Just the lightning liquid alone was enough to nurture 300 Xiantian warriors. In addition to the mortal restoration pellets refined by the cauldron spirit, the everlasting sect would have 300 Xiantian warriors in the mortal origin realm within a few years. Let's do it. Zichen's eyes flickered. He was even more tempted. This time, he wasn't injured and didn't need to adjust. He once again stepped forward. After entering the 9th grade lightning domain, the lightning liquid reappeared and struck at Zichen like a wave. Seeing the lightning, the corner of Zichen's mouth twitched. How extravagant! The rapidly spinning sword steel blocked more than 80% of the energy. The remaining 20% entered Zichen's body and was dispersed by the energy tide formed by the perfect body. The lightning liquid no longer had the slightest bit of energy, and turned back into liquid. However, it returned. Zichen's original goal was to get it. Naturally, he couldn't let it escape. He took out the purple gold gourd and pointed the mouth of the gourd at the liquid. An illusory radiance passed through the sword steel and landed on the liquid. Following Zichen's command, the lightning liquid was enveloped by the illusory radiance. In the next moment, all of it was retrieved. Not a single drop was wasted. This time, he had collected more than 10,000 drops of lightning liquid essence. A smile appeared on Zichen's face. Forget it, forget it. Since a junior like you is here for this external object, I'll give it to you. The aged voice sounded again. Then, Zichen saw a large amount of lightning appear in front of him. It was more lightning liquid essence rushing towards him. However, the lightning liquid essence carried unparalleled power. The old fellow was definitely not as good as he claimed. This power was extremely powerful. Ordinary people couldn't withstand it. 9 extremes, swift turn. Zichen wasn't blinded by greed. When he saw the lightning liquid essence, he formed seals even faster. Golden energy passed through Zichen's fingers and landed on the sword steel. Hum. On the sword steel, a continuous sword hum began to resound. Then, one after another, sword chi rushed out. These sword chi were extremely sharp. They were like divine weapons that slashed towards the lightning liquid in front of them. The energy clashed in the lightning field. Sword beams rushed out from the sword steel one after another. However, it was as if they had hit an iron wall. Clanging sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword beams slashed out. These sword beams were enough to kill a human origin realm cultivator, but they only cut off some of the lightning liquid essence. The lightning liquid sturdiness was beyond Zichen's imagination. A trace of surprise immediately appeared on his face. 9 extremes, 8 extremes, open! Zichen shouted. His hands formed seals again. Suddenly, one of the 9 rotating sword steels left. The other 8 formed a defense again. Zichen attached his spiritual sense to the 9th sword steel. Then, he used his spiritual sense to control the sword steel and hit the lightning liquid. Boom! The sword steel carried a tremendous force. It smashed into the lightning liquid with a loud boom. The lightning liquid's momentum was instantly stopped. The sword steel also shook in the air. Zichen shouted again. Attack again! The sword steel suddenly expanded like a towering stone wall. It carried an even more powerful aura and smashed into the lightning liquid. The sword steel hit the lightning liquid again and again. In this collision, not only was the lightning liquid unable to move forward, but its sturdy form was also slowly dispersed. During this time, the lightning liquid also increased its strength a few times. However, it was all smashed back by the huge and powerful sword steel. At this moment, the sharp sword beams lost their effect. The sword steel's impact played a decisive role. After smashing dozens of times, Zichen felt a sense of exhaustion. Finally, he smashed open the lightning liquid. With a splash, the liquid lightning dispersed and scattered on the ground like sparkling and translucent pearls. Because of this, a strange cry rang out from the depths of the level 9 world. Without waiting for the lightning liquid essence to reform, Zichen picked up the purple gold gourd and began to collect it. Under the illusory light, half of the lightning liquid essence was collected by Zichen. However, the other half still managed to escape. After collecting the lightning liquid essence, the 9 sword steels returned to their original positions. Zichen stepped forward again. This time, Zichen didn't encounter any attacks from the lightning liquid. Even the old voice from before had disappeared. Zichen smoothly reached the center of the level 9 Thunder territory. This was indeed the end. Chapter 993. In the center of the Grade 9 Thunder territory, there was a lightning barrier. At the center of the lightning barrier, there was a dragon head emitting endless power of thunder. This dragon head was 1 meter long, majestic, and lifelike. Lightning surged around it, and the dragon's eyes were bright and full of spirit, as if it was alive. But Zichen could see through the lightning that this was not a real dragon head, but half a stone sculpture. The stone sculpture's dragon head had its mouth wide open, and there was something inside that was emitting endless lightning. This was a round ball about the size of 2 fists, and it was wreaking havoc with thunder. Dragon Pearl. Seeing the round ball, Zichen naturally thought of the Dragon Pearl and cried out in surprise. The dazzling Dragon Pearl completely attracted Zichen's gaze. Although he didn't know what use this Dragon Pearl had, since it was a Dragon Pearl, it was naturally extraordinary. Suddenly, Zichen felt a sharp cold electricity coming from the Dragon Pearl. This cold electricity fell on Zichen's body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The dragon head seemed to be alive, but it wasn't. Where was the old man who spoke just now? Just as Zichen was puzzled, his left and right eyes emitted light. Zichen activated his yin-yang eyes, and a strange power passed through the lightning and fell into the Dragon Pearl. There was indeed something inside the Dragon Pearl. After seeing what it was, Zichen almost jumped up. There was a baby inside the Dragon Pearl. The baby was very small, but its facial features were complete. Its large eyes were staring at Zichen, its eyes cold, and its expression full of resentment. Seeing the baby open its eyes in the Dragon Pearl, Zichen felt a chill in his heart. The Dragon Pearl was giving birth to a baby. What was that? A dragon infant? Moreover, it hadn't even been born yet, but it clearly had thoughts of its own. Zichen was puzzled, but he didn't dare to take the initiative to step forward. A man and a dragon infant looked at each other, either of them speaking. While Zichen was sizing up the dragon infant, he was also looking around out of the corner of his eye. Although there was thunder liquid essence in this Grade 9 Thunder territory, there wasn't much of it. It wasn't even Grade 8. Regarding this, Zichen was slightly disappointed. However, just as his gaze fell below the dragon's head, his body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. Below the dragon's mouth, a pool of water had formed. This pool of water was the lightning barrier. At this moment, the pool was 1 meter deep and about 20 cubic meters in size. The pool of water flashed with resplendent lightning, and the lightning was the light of the lightning liquid essence. Zichen was extremely shocked to see a pool of lightning liquid essence. However, what shocked him even more was that a drop of liquid dripped down from the dragon's mouth and landed in the pool, creating layers of ripples. The essence of this lightning liquid is actually dripping from a dragon's mouth. This is dragon saliva. Zichen was completely shocked. Zichen's expression fluctuated, and his gaze naturally left the dragon infant. Looking at the lightning essence, he was extremely excited. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. "Junior, if you leave now, I, Thunder Freer, can still spare your life. If you don't retreat, today will be the day you die." This voice was still the old voice from before, But Zichen didn't see the old man in the grade 9 thunder territory. His gaze once again fell on the dragon infant, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. "Little thing, you're still playing tricks with me?" With that, Zichen took out the purple gold gourd and extended it towards the lightning barrier. From the lightning barrier, ripples of light rippled out, and the purple gold gourd was blocked. The lightning barrier was a layer of defense that blocked Zichen. During this time, the dragon infant had been looking at Zichen expressionlessly. Zichen was unwilling to give up. He used his spiritual sense to control the sword's steel and attack the lightning barrier. Streaks of sword chi shot out from the sword's steel, carrying with them awe-inspiring sword intent, and landed on the lightning barrier. When the sword chi hit the lightning barrier trembled continuously, and clanging sounds rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword chi dissipated, but there wasn't a trace of damage on the lightning barrier. How is this possible? The lightning barrier's super defense was really beyond Zichen's imagination, but he naturally couldn't give up. He used his spiritual sense again to call the sword steel, and fiercely smashed it towards the lightning barrier again. Boom! Boom! In the thunder territory, there was another explosion as the sword's steel smashed onto the lightning barrier with great force. During this time, Zichen's yin-yang eye had been staring at the dragon infant. The dragon infant's expression didn't change when it saw the sword chi attack the lightning barrier, but when it saw the sword's steel smash on it, its expression changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, Zichen controlled the sword's steel to smash it dozens of times. The lightning barrier began to shake, but there was no sign of it breaking. Zichen's recovered origin force was exhausted again, but it didn't leave any trace on the lightning barrier. Zichen's face was filled with unwillingness. The dragon infant's expression relaxed, and its cold voice sounded again. "Junior, it's useless. This lightning barrier was released by this dragon head. It's impossible for external forces to break it." A cold light flashed in Zichen's yin-yang eye. He stared at the dragon infant and said, "Little guy, I hate your old and decrepit voice." The dragon infant snorted. "I've been in this world for thousands of years. How can a little guy like you know that? If you trace my real age and identity, I'm afraid even your ancestors can't catch up to me." Zichen's face turned green when he was called a little guy by the palm-sized dragon infant. He said angrily, "Little guy, you better not let me in. Otherwise I'll smack your butt. Ignorant junior." The dragon infant rolled its small eyes in disdain. The angry Zichen's expression suddenly turned calm. He controlled the sword steel to smash again. This time, the sound was louder, and even the entire lightning region was shaking. The dragon infant sneered. "Junior, it's useless to play tricks in front of me. Don't you just want to recover? I'll give you time to recover. Let's see if you can break this lightning barrier." Zichen didn't say a word and continued to smash. The lightning barrier was shaking, but there was no sign of it breaking. "Let me give you some good gifts." Suddenly, the dragon infant waved its small hand. A beam of light rushed out from the dragon pearl and landed in the lightning liquid pool below. A large amount of lightning liquid essence suddenly swept up and rushed out of the lightning barrier, sweeping towards Zichen. This time, the lightning liquid essence's power was even more terrifying. It was obvious that it wanted to kill Zichen in one fell swoop. Zichen's expression didn't change. The sword steel that was smashing instantly returned, forming the 9 extremes. The 9 sword steels constantly revolved to dissolve the powerful force. When the lightning liquid essence's power was almost dissolved, Zichen took out another sword steel and smashed it at the lightning liquid essence. After smashing it more than 10 times, the lightning liquid essence dispersed. Zichen took the opportunity to collect it. This time, because the dragon infant was prepared, Zichen only managed to collect a third of it. However, he only managed to collect a third of the dragon infant's attack. There was still a lot of thunder liquid essence in the entire thunder liquid pool. Come again. With 8 sword steels protecting him, Zichen provoked the dragon infant. "Junior, you will regret it," the dragon infant said coldly. "I think you are the one who will regret it." Zichen sneered and continued smashing. It's useless. Even if you smash it for 8 to 10 years, you won't be able to break it. The dragon infant simply closed its eyes. Then, silver light flashed on its body as though it had begun cultivating. No matter how the outside world roared, it remained unmoved in the dragon pearl. Gradually, the dragon infant seemed to have entered a meditative state and no longer moved. However, Zichen still didn't give up attacking. The sword steel smashed again and again, but to no avail. Even if it was a warrior of the Earth origin realm, I could still smash him to death if he stood still. Why can't I break this light shield? Zichen could not understand. He controlled the sword steel to attack again. Suddenly, a dangerous aura attacked. It was another large wave of lightning liquid essence that charged at Zichen. Zichen sneered. I've been waiting for you. The 9 sword steels returned to their positions again and blocked. After blocking, they smashed again. After smashing, Zichen and the dragon infant fought again. The dragon infant, who had been cultivating with its eyes closed, opened its eyes. Its eyes were filled with anger as it shouted. What a cunning junior! Zichen replied. Little guy, don't take advantage of your seniority in front of me. The two of them went back and forth, not giving in to each other. At the same time, they schemed against each other. Of course, it was the dragon infant who schemed against Zichen and attacked Zichen. As for Zichen, he would at most take some of the lightning liquid essence. Little guy, I saw you in the dragon pearl. Are you really the dragon infant? Zichen asked doubtfully. Junior, don't think you can get anything useful from me. I'm just asking casually. I can tell you're not the dragon infant with a single glance. Also, they all say that the things here fell from the lightning divine palace. I don't think so. Zichen curled his lips. The dragon infant sneered and didn't reply. However, it was worth mentioning that when the dragon infant spoke to Zichen, it didn't deliberately change its voice. Its original voice was very young, causing Zichen to laugh at it for several days. In the outside world, the boundless sex recruitment of servants was very popular. The mortals were in high spirits, but the cultivator families were all listless. After the incident with the Lu family, no one in the boundless sect recruited youths who had already embarked on the path of cultivation. There was no need to test, and they were directly given a quota. However, the various forces didn't look happy because these disciples would be branded as their own after entering the boundless sect. They would never become core disciples, and they would never hold any power in the boundless sect. A month passed quickly. In the lightning territory, Zichen used the sword steel to attack the lightning barrier countless times, and the dragon infant also mocked him countless times. Knowing that Zichen was extremely vigilant, the dragon infant no longer tried to attack him, because it would only make the lightning liquid essence less and less. After a month, Zichen knew that his attacks were fruitless, so he simply gave up. He wanted to know something from the dragon infant. Little guy, why can't I break through the lightning barrier, but your lightning liquid essence can enter and leave as it pleases? The dragon infant sneered and replied. Not only mine, but yours too. Why don't you try? Really? Zichen's face was full of disbelief. Then, he took out a drop of lightning liquid essence and flicked it at the lightning barrier. Ripples appeared on the lightning barrier, and the lightning liquid essence flew out. Zichen said, I can't. The dragon infant's mocking expression became even more pronounced. Junior, you're still trying to play tricks in front of me. Let me tell you, only the lightning liquid essence produced here can come and go as you please. Zichen said, Lightning liquid essence can, but what about other things? For example, this? Zichen took out a lightning crystal. The dragon infant looked at the lightning crystal and said coldly, Don't throw in this trash. Only a junior like you who hasn't seen the world would take something like this. Zichen's eyes lit up. So you mean that this thing can go in? Of course, the dragon infant said. Zichen suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura surged around his body. Junior, what are you doing? The dragon infant suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 994. Zichen held the Dragon Soul Spear and stabbed at the Thunder Light Shield. A powerful force surged, and the Thunder Light Shield began to tremble violently. This time, Zichen clearly felt that it was only the Thunder Light Shield that was trembling, not the entire Thunder territory. As expected, Zichen's eyes lit up. He had always used the Sword Steel to attack because he felt that the Sword Steel was the most powerful in this place, so he neglected the Dragon Soul Spear. But after hearing the Dragon Infant's words, Zichen realized that the Thunder Crystal and Thunder Soul Crystal essence used to forge the Dragon Soul Spear came from here. This thing should have the same effect as the Thunder Liquid. The calm Dragon Infant's expression changed instantly. He stared at the Dragon Soul Spear and exclaimed, You are... Zichen did not speak. He waved the Dragon Soul Spear and stabbed again. The Thunder Light Shield began to distort, and even the Thunder Liquid inside was trembling. Zichen clearly felt that the Thunder Light Shield was shaking even more violently. After swallowing a Thunder Soul, the Dragon Soul Spear had fallen into a state of slumber. Zichen's attacks were all based on his own strength, but at this moment, the Dragon Soul Spear suddenly woke up. A loud dragon roar resounded, and the Dragon Soul Phantom appeared on the spear. After that, Zichen felt a strong force surge from the Dragon Soul Spear. He did not need to control the Dragon Soul Spear as it attacked the Thunder Light Shield on its own accord. It's you, it's actually you. Seeing the Dragon Soul Phantom, the Dragon Infant's face was clearly filled with panic, and a sharp voice came out of his mouth. Roar! The dragon roar continued to resound, louder and sharper. Zichen had already taken a few steps back and focused on defense. He could see that the Dragon Infant seemed to have a grudge with the Dragon Soul. At this moment, the Dragon Soul was activated and attacked on its own accord. Damn it, stop! The Dragon Infant's voice became sharper, and it was very young. That's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. No matter how the Dragon Infant shouted, the Dragon Soul did not intend to stop attacking. Its goal was very clear, and that was to break the Thunder Light Shield. Zichen was happy to see this, and he was already prepared. As long as the Thunder Light Shield was broken, he would immediately rush forward and collect all the Thunder Liquid essence. Ka! With a cracking sound, a crack suddenly appeared on the lightning barrier. The Dragon Infant's voice was even sharper and filled with panic. Enough! Do you want to kill me? If you break through here, I'll die. Damned brat, why aren't you stopping me? If you want the Thunder Liquid, I'll give it all to you, but you have to tell the Dragon Soul to stop. The Dragon Infant became flustered and exasperated. Zichen stood aside and sneered. I still want the Dragon Balls. Longing was so angry that his entire body trembled. Brat, don't push your luck. Crack. The cracks on the lightning barrier spread, and as they spread, it turned from 1 to 2. Longing said anxiously, Brat, I can give you this Thunder Liquid, all of it, but you have to make this Dragon Soul stop. If you let him break through this Thunder Light barrier, you won't even be able to get a single drop of Thunder Liquid. Zichen sneered but didn't say anything. Damn it, I'm telling the truth this time. Longing shouted. During this time, Longing was also constantly controlling the Thunder Liquid essence to block the Dragon Soul's attack. However, this thing was effective against Zichen, but it was ineffective against the Dragon Soul. When the Dragon Soul attacked, there was no reaction at all. Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. Dragon Soul, cut open the Thunder Liquid essence. Hearing this, the Dragon Soul seemed to have thought and slashed in the air. The Thunder Liquid essence instantly scattered on the ground, shining like pearls. Zichen quickly went forward to collect it. As usual, he collected a third of it and returned the other 2/3. Damned brat, don't you want the lightning liquid? I'll fulfill your wish. I'll give you everything, but you must make the Dragon Soul stop, the Dragon Infant said again. Then, rays of light streaked past and even more lightning liquid essence rushed out. Zichen chuckled. I want the Thunder Liquid and the Dragon Head. Why don't you give me both? Longing's lungs were about to explode. Greedy brat, if the Dragon Head can go out, why would I stay here? Then there's nothing to talk about. Dragon soul, break it for me. Zichen's tone became cold. You will regret it, you will definitely regret it. Longing screamed. I think you're the one who will regret it. Dragon soul, cut open all the thunder liquid essence for me. Zichen didn't care. They had known each other for more than a month, and Zichen had long been used to Long Ying's nonsense. Crack! The thunder light shield seemed to be broken, and all the thunder liquid essence that flew out lost its power in an instant, scattering and scattering on the ground. A shrill shriek was emitted from the dragon infant's mouth. Zichen excitedly stepped forward, preparing to collect the endless lightning essence. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. This time, it affected the entire thunder territory. Then Zichen saw that the thunder liquid essence that had just landed on the ground was retreating like the tide. During this time, the purple gold gourd in Zichen's hand had clearly landed on it, but it couldn't collect the thunder liquid essence. In addition, Zichen also felt that the surrounding lightning energy seemed to be moving rapidly. When he looked up with a puzzled face, his face changed. He saw that the dragon head in front of him seemed to be alive. A strong suction force came from the dragon mouth, and under this suction force, not only was the thunder liquid essence absorbed, but even the surrounding lightning was swallowed by the dragon mouth. In the dragon mouth, Longing was still struggling, screaming miserably. After the dragon soul's spear broke the thunder light shield, the dragon shadow that appeared on top of it coldly watched all of this. I said you will regret it. Long Ying's sharp voice still rang in Zichen's ears. Zichen was indeed regretting it, because he couldn't collect a single drop of the thunder liquid essence. Not only the thunder liquid essence, but the entire thunder territory seemed to be changing at this moment. Zichen stared blankly ahead, unable to react effectively. He could only watch as the dragon mouth kept swallowing the surrounding lightning. As for the thunder liquid essence, it had been completely swallowed up long ago. Suddenly Zichen felt the pressure on him relax. A dazzling light fell from the sky. He subconsciously looked up and saw sunlight. This was the thunder territory. How could there be sunlight? When Zichen woke up, he saw that this place had become an empty space. There was no more lightning around, and the thunder territory had completely disappeared. When Zichen looked back again, he happened to see the dragon mouth swallow the last bolt of lightning. Then, Zichen saw the dragon mouth move, which was a sign that it was about to close. Just as the dragon mouth was about to close, the dragon pearl in the dragon mouth suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This light surged with an extremely terrifying aura. This aura made one's heart palpitate, and it made one's expression change. Even with the protection of the sword steel, Zichen felt a chill in his heart. This light appeared from the dragon mouth and spread in all directions. Zichen's expression changed drastically. His feet flashed, and he quickly dodged. Boom! Just as he retreated, there was an explosion in front of him. In this explosion, the surrounding space was shattered, and a big black hole appeared in front of him. The big hole lasted for a full 10 breaths of time before it slowly closed. Zichen stared in front of him. On the 1-meter-long dragon head, the dragon mouth was completely closed. However, on the ground below the dragon mouth, there was something lying there. It was a little guy, who looked to be about 2 or 3 years old. He was naked, and his skin was emitting lightning. At this moment, he was supporting himself on the ground with both hands and was looking up blankly. When he saw the dragon head, he immediately shouted in anger. Ah, damn it, damn it! This voice was very young, but the pronunciation was very clear. Zichen curiously went forward and looked at the little guy from head to toe. The little guy was chubby. At this moment, his flustered and exasperated look looked very cute. As if he sensed someone, he immediately turned his head. It's you, it's you! Seeing Zichen, the little guy looked like he had seen an enemy. His eyes immediately turned red, and then he rushed towards Zichen. Swoosh! The little guy was very fast. Like a ray of light, he arrived in front of Zichen in an instant. He reached out his little hand and was about to strangle Zichen's neck. However, before his little hand could reach, a pair of big hands landed on his head. Slap! Zichen slapped the little guy to the ground. You! The little guy was knocked down, and he glared at Zichen angrily. Zichen did not say anything. He went forward, grabbed the little guy, and then slapped his butt. Pa pa! The crisp sound continued to ring, and at the same time, the little guy's angry howls could be heard. Until Zichen was tired of slapping and the little guy was tired of screaming, the two of them stopped. Little guy, tell me, what's your name? Zichen asked. Junior. As soon as the little guy said these two words, Zichen raised his hand again and slapped him hard on the butt. The little fellow cried out, but the rest of the words couldn't come out of his mouth. Tell me, what's your name? Zichen asked. Thunderfreer. Seeing Zichen raise his hand again, the little guy hurriedly said, I haven't been born yet, how can I have a name? This time, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been born in advance. If you don't have a name, then I'll give you one. Zichen touched his chin and thought for a moment, then said, I'll call you Thunder Spirit from now on. The little guy did not speak, and it was unknown whether he agreed or disagreed. From now on, you will be Zichen's third disciple. You have a senior sister and a senior brother. Zichen said again. What? Unexpectedly, when the little guy heard this, he immediately jumped up and glared at him. You, a human, want to be my master? You don't deserve it. Ignoring Zichen's raised hand, the little guy's face was full of disdain, and he said, You're just in the human origin stage, how dare you be my master? What am I? A spirit born from the Dragon Ball. Under normal circumstances, when I was born, I was in the true spirit stage. Do you know what a true spirit is? You won't understand even if I tell you. It's the Earth origin stage for you humans. Zichen's heart trembled slightly. Being born in the Earth origin stage, he was really talented. Even if I was born in advance, as long as I become an adult, I will still be a true spirit. You are just a human who hasn't shed your mortal body. What qualifications do you have to be my master? Zichen responded to Thunder Spirit with a slap. Because my fist is big. After another round of slapping, Zichen said, If you don't want to be my disciple, you have to beat me. Thunder Spirit said bitterly, There will be such a day. Zichen smiled coldly and said, Is that so? Then I'll wait for you. However, I have to tell you in advance that if you don't follow me and choose to leave by yourself, a mere primal core realm cultivator might never grow up. Chapter 995. Previously, the dragon head had emitted a lightning glow. However, after the lightning territory disappeared, the lightning glow on the dragon head was completely withdrawn. The lightning liquid within the lightning light barrier was completely devoured by the dragon head. However, Zichen could not find a single drop no matter how he looked at it. Behind Zichen, the Thunder Spirit's expression changed. Zichen had hit his weak spot. He was born early, and was only at the late stage of the inner core realm. If he rashly went out, he might be killed or used to refine weapons. During this time, he hadn't seen a single human. Zichen was the first, but Zichen was already so strong. He didn't dare to imagine if other humans were the same. His expression changed again and again. In the end, he decided to follow Zichen, not for anything else, but to save his life. Zichen held the dragon head in his hand. It was very heavy, but it was nothing to Zichen. He tilted the dragon head, pointed the mouth of the dragon head to the ground, and shook it continuously. It's useless. All the lightning liquid has disappeared. No one can take it out, the Thunder Spirit said. Zichen turned to look at the Thunder Spirit and asked, Why? The Thunder Spirit said, The lightning liquid has reached the space inside the dragon head. If you want to take it out, you have to destroy the dragon head. But in this world, there seems to be no power that can do that. Zichen curled his lips and said, If it was that strong, it wouldn't have been cut. After saying that, Zichen put down the dragon head and used the dragon soul spear to attack the dragon head, but there was no reaction at all. Zichen's powerful attacks landed on the dragon head, but they couldn't even leave a white mark. Zichen shook the spear in his hand and pointed it at the Thunder Spirit, saying, "My good disciple, you must have a way to open it." The Dragon Soul spear had the aura of the Dragon Soul. The Thunder Spirit took a few steps back and said, "If I had a way, I wouldn't have been born early. If you want to open it, you have to form the Thunder Dominion again. But as far as I know, it will take a long time for the Thunder Dominion to form again." Zichen withdrew the Dragon Soul spear and asked, "What's the deal with the Dragon Soul?" When Thunder Spirit heard this, a bitter smile immediately appeared on his face. He said, "The creature that was really bred in the Dragon Ball was actually him, but something happened at that time. Before it was time to be born, it was forcibly separated from the Dragon Ball. Its vitality was greatly damaged, and only a trace of its soul was left. I was the second creature in the Dragon Ball, so it mistakenly thought that I was the one who expelled it." After that, the Thunder Spirit explained again, but Zichen didn't understand at all. However, he finally knew that the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul he had obtained back then contained a trace of a true Dragon Soul. At that time, the Dragon Soul had luckily not died and sealed itself in the Thunder Crystal. Because it was too weak, the Dragon Soul was afraid that it would be devoured by the other Thunder Soul Crystal essences. Before it went into hibernation, it distanced itself from the other Thunder Soul Crystal essences. However, it needed to be nurtured by the 9 layers of lightning, so it couldn't leave. It stayed in the level 2 Thunder Dominion until Zichen appeared. Now, it could also explain why Zichen felt that there was a soul in the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul and that it could escape. Thunder Spirit seemed to know a lot. Zichen didn't want to let it go just like that. He asked about the Thunder Divine Palace, but the latter's face was blank, indicating that it didn't know. Seeing Thunder Spirit's expression, Zichen guessed that it had only been a few thousand years since it gave birth to a soul remembrance. "Forget it, come with me." Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of it, Zichen decided to leave. "Go, where are we going?" asked Thunder Spirit. "Of course we're going back. Don't tell me you want to stay here and wait for someone to capture and refine you." Zichen looked at Thunder Spirit. The latter's eyes were clearly filled with fear, and it quickly shook its head. Not long after the two left, experts arrived from the horizon. They were people from Cloud City. When they saw that the place that originally belonged to the Thunder Dominion was now empty, they all stared with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. After that, news of the Thunder Dominion's sudden disappearance spread, becoming an unsolved mystery. Zichen put away the dragon head and headed straight for the Boundless Sect with Thunder Spirit. However, when they were still 200 kilometers away from the Boundless Sect, Zichen suddenly stopped and frowned. Beside him, Thunder Spirit also let out a cry of surprise. Thunder Spirit looked at Zichen in surprise. "You also felt it." Zichen slapped Thunder Spirit's head and said, "When you're talking to your master, you have to call him master." After saying this, Zichen ignored Thunder Spirit, who was grimacing in pain, and began to descend. His senses are so sharp. Is he even human? Thunder Spirit scratched its head and also began to descend. The place where the two landed was a pile of rubble. It looked very ordinary, but after Zichen landed, he and Thunder Spirit had already been standing there for a quarter of an hour. A group of cultivators flew over from the distance. When they saw the two of them, they flew over and yelled from afar, "What are you doing here?" Because the Boundless Sect was still expanding, there were often cultivators patrolling the area around the Boundless Sect. The group of cultivators descended and approached the two of them. When they saw one of the children, their expressions became slightly strange. At the same time, their gazes swept past Thunder Spirit and landed on Zichen. Zichen raised his head and looked at the group of cultivators. When they saw Zichen's face, everyone was shocked. They hurriedly bowed and cried out, "Sect Master!" Zichen nodded and asked, "Has Elder Luping returned from his trip?" Everyone was obviously confused. They were flying through the air, so they naturally didn't know what had happened to their elder. Zichen then said, "Go and call Elder Luping over." Everyone nodded and was about to leave when Zichen said, "Wait, call the demon ape over as well." The group of cultivators flew through the air, heading straight for the boundless sect. You're actually the sect master? Thunder Spirit looked at Zichen with a strange expression. What, your master's combat strength is unparalleled. Shouldn't he be the sect master? Humph. Thunder Spirit's expression was disdainful. What sect is this? Have I heard of it before? The Boundless Sect. What? As soon as Zichen's voice fell, Thunder Spirit let out a cry of surprise. The Boundless Sect? Have you heard of it before? Zichen looked at Thunder Spirit. The Boundless Sect, the Boundless Sect. Thunder Spirit muttered. It seemed to be lost in its memories, but after a moment, it shook its head and said, It's a very familiar name, but I can't remember where I've heard it before. Zichen glanced at Thunder Spirit but didn't say anything. Zichen. After waiting for a moment, a voice came from the horizon, and two figures flew over. It was LV Peng and the demon ape. Lu Peng was an array master, so it was impossible to see anything from his outer appearance. He was directly ignored by the Thunder Spirit. The Thunder Spirit's eyes were fixed on the incoming Devil Ape. When the Devil Ape approached, the Thunder Spirit called out, Sky-splitting Battle Ape! The two of them looked at Thunder Spirit in confusion. LV Peng smiled and asked, Who is this little guy? Your illegitimate son. Zichen smiled and said, My third disciple, Thunder Spirit. Come, greet your two martial uncles. Thunder Spirit snorted coldly and didn't greet the two of them. LV Peng didn't mind. He smiled and said, Your three disciples are really strange. Thunder Spirit muttered but didn't dare to refute. However, it was already thinking about how to deal with Zichen after it became an adult. At the same time, it secretly rejoiced that it had followed Zichen here, because among the humans it had met, there were already two who were a threat to it. Sense this place and see if there are any abnormalities. Zichen began to get down to business. Thunder Spirit curled its lips. It clearly didn't think a mere mortal would be able to sense this. LV Peng closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense, probing the surroundings. A moment later, he retracted his spiritual sense and opened his eyes. How is it? Zichen asked. LV Peng said, The space is extremely unstable. It should be a small world. I guess it is a small world that is about to be born, but it will take some time before it can be born. Zichen nodded. He had the same guess as LV Peng. Thunder Spirit's eyes widened as it looked at LV Peng with disbelief. It said, You aren't just randomly guessing, right? LV Peng rubbed Thunder Spirit's head, not minding its rudeness. He said, This isn't the first place. 500 miles to the south, I found the same fluctuations. I guess that there is also a small world that is about to be born. Small world? How can there be so many small worlds here? Thunder Spirit said. The three ignored it again. Zichen looked at LV Peng. LV Peng still had something to say. I guess that the birth of these two small worlds should be related to our everlasting sect. After all, we cleaned up the formation left behind by the everlasting sect. These two small worlds might have been left behind by the everlasting sect, but we can't confirm it yet. We can only try to open them when their fluctuations are normal. Suddenly, LV Peng slapped himself on the head and said, Right, the spirit devourer rat searched the land of savages once, and repeatedly said that this land of savages was extremely extraordinary. When it returned for the last time, it seemed to have given Wang Qiong something. Zichen said, Then let's go back and find Wang Qiong and ask what the spirit devouring rat left behind. Demon Ape, who had been silent all this time, said, You should go back. Someone has come to the sect. His strength is extraordinary. You must meet him. Who? Zichen asked. Demon Ape shook its head. An old man I have never seen before, but he said he is from the everlasting sect. What? Someone from the everlasting sect? Zichen's expression changed slightly. While they were talking, the four of them arrived at the everlasting sect. When the disciples guarding the gate saw Zichen come back with a child, they had a strange expression on their faces. However, when they saw that this child was only 2 or 3 years old and could already fly, they were even more shocked. When Lei Ling arrived at the everlasting sect, he released his spiritual sense. However, when he sensed that the people here were generally of low realms, he couldn't help but frown. Along the way, he met a core origin realm cultivator. When core origin realm cultivator saw Zichen, he said respectfully, "Sect Master, the Vice Sect Master said that after you came back, you should go to the Everlasting Palace." Zichen nodded. Zichen asked LV Ping to take Lei Ling away while he and Demon Ape went straight to the Everlasting Palace. As soon as they arrived outside the palace, Zichen heard hearty laughter coming from the palace. Some of the laughter belonged to an old man, but there was also an unfamiliar old voice. With doubts, Zichen and Demon Ape entered the Everlasting Palace. Seeing Zichen come in, Wang Qiong hurriedly stood up and said, "Zichen, let me introduce you." Chapter 996. Other than Wang Qiong and Old Gui, there was another old man in the hall. As soon as Zichen walked in, the old man greeted Zichen warmly, but Zichen had no recollection of this old man. The old man was wearing a linen robe and had a white beard. Seeing Zichen's surprised and confused expression, he smiled and said, "It seems that Master Zichen has no recollection of this old man. The last time I saw you was over 200 years ago, when you had just stepped into the spirit origin stage. 200 years have passed, and Master Zichen has also become a master and stepped into the human origin stage." After that, the old man looked at the monster ape and said, "This little guy has also successfully broken through to the human origin stage." Zichen's mind was quickly thinking about the scene when he broke through the Zephyr Flight realm, wondering if he had seen such a powerhouse before. However, no matter how hard Zichen racked his brain, he could not think of when he had seen such a powerhouse when he was in the Zephyr Flight realm, nor did he have any interactions with such a powerhouse. The monster ape was also confused. Obviously, it had no recollection of this old man. The old man smiled but didn't say anything. He just looked at Zichen quietly. Suddenly, Zichen thought of something and shouted, "Senior, are you the one who broke the Great Defensive Formation?" When Zichen was in the human origin stage, there was only one thing he couldn't understand. That was when he was in the Tsungli city, the powerful cultivators of the Tsungli family had activated the Great Defensive Formation in order to kill him. At the critical moment, the Great Defensive Formation suddenly broke, and Zichen successfully escaped. This was still an unsolved mystery to this day. When I saw Master Zichen in the Tsungli city that you could use a doppelganger, I was quite surprised. The old man smiled and said. Zichen didn't mention the Tsungli city, but the old man mentioned it now, so obviously, he was from that year. Zichen, thank you for saving my life. Zichen heard the old man's words and hurriedly bowed. Don't, please don't. You are now the head of a sect. This old man doesn't dare to accept such a great gift. The old man hurriedly helped Zichen up. At the same time, he looked at Zichen and clicked his tongue. Back then, I only pointed a finger at you because you're from the Wuji sect. I didn't expect you to have such achievements after so many years. Senior, you flatter me. The devil ape was also relieved. Back then, the old man was in the dark, so it was not strange that they did not notice him. While they were talking, another person came in from outside the hall. It was also a white-haired old man. After he came in, he saw the old man beside Zichen and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, little guy. The newcomer was none other than Cauldron Spirit. Zichen had instructed LV Ping to summon Cauldron Spirit so that he could identify the newcomer. Old man Mingqing looked at the old man with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Cauldron Spirit groaned and said, You little fella, you took away too many things back then. When old man Mingqing heard that, his expression immediately changed. He cried out in surprise, You are the Cauldron Spirit, Cauldron Spirit! As expected of a member of the Boundless Sect. You are indeed knowledgeable. Cauldron Spirit praised. At this moment, old man Mingqing's identity had been revealed. He was the one who entered the ruins and took away the many resources and treasures of the Boundless Sect thousands of years ago. He was also a true member of the Boundless Sect. So you saw everything back then. But why didn't you show yourself? Asked Old Man Ming-Ching. You were sneaking around back then. I stopped you after I showed myself. Cauldron Spirit's blunt words caused Old Man Ming-Ching's face to turn awkward. Evidently, he was not very reliable back then. May I know the purpose of your visit to the Boundless Sect this time, Senior? Asked Zichen after both parties became familiar with each other. Old Man Ming-Ching waved his hand and said, Don't call me Senior. Before Senior Cauldron Spirit, I am nothing. Just call me Ming-Ching. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, Just call me Old Man Ming. May I know the purpose of your visit to the Boundless Sect? Old Man Ming-Ching smiled and said, When I returned, I heard that the Boundless Sect was being rebuilt. After asking around, I learned that it was you, Zichen, who founded it. I am, after all, a member of the Boundless Sect. Therefore, I intend to rely on you. May I know if Zichen will take me in? Zichen was overjoyed when he heard that. He said, This is Senior's home. Senior, you are returning home. Zichen was very happy back then. Good. Old Man Ming-Ching laughed heartily and said, I am relieved to hear that. I have returned to contribute to the Boundless Sect. If there is anything that you need me for, Sect Master Zichen, please do not hesitate to ask. Zichen thought for a moment and asked, Old Man Ming, do you cultivate in the Yang attribute? Yes, I do. But I fear that it is not as authentic as yours. Senior, you are being too polite. As a Xiantian expert, your cultivation technique has long been authentic. Zichen's words caused a strange light to flash in Old Man Ming-Ching's eyes. He had been restraining his aura, but he didn't expect that Zichen would still be able to sense it. Now that the Boundless Sect is officially established, we still lack some core members. I wonder if Senior can take on the role of an elder and personally lead the Yang attribute? Zichen asked. Old Man Ming-Ching asked in return, You want me to lead the Yang attribute? Aren't you afraid that I will take it away? Old Man Ming, you must be joking. We are all doing this for the Boundless Sect. Even if we take it away, it is still the Boundless Sect. The two looked at each other and laughed. Everything was understood without words. The two then discussed some details. After a while, Zichen said, Later, I will ask Lu Ping to refine an elder token. After that, Zichen asked Wang Qiong, Did the spirit-devouring rats leave something for you? Wang Qiong suddenly understood and said, Yes, there was something. What is it? The coordinates of a few small worlds. Back then, the spirit-devouring rats sighed. Although there are no mines in this area, there are small worlds. Moreover, there are more resources in these small worlds than in the Bedlam lands. But back then, we were all in the Bedlam lands and didn't have time to care about these small worlds, so we didn't send anyone here. Zichen nodded and said, Good. When we have time, we will go and investigate these small worlds. Everyone left one after another. Zichen was the only one left in the hall. Now, the Wuji sect already had 4 factions, which were Yin, Yang, Alchemy, and Formation. They still lacked the 3 major factions of Artifact, Sword, and Physique, as well as other smaller factions. It would be great if they all came back. Each of them would be in charge of a sect, and with the support of so many resources, the Boundless Sect would rise to prominence very soon. The Boundless Sect had just been established, and still needed a long time to adjust. Zichen was not in a hurry. He wanted to see his 3rd disciple first. The Thunder Spirit was a true living being. This kind of existence had surpassed the limits of humans. If it was successfully born, it would be at the Earth Origin realm. Even if the Thunder Spirit was born early, it would still enter the Earth Origin realm after reaching adulthood. Therefore, Zichen couldn't let this future Earth Origin realm disciple leave suddenly. Halfway, Zichen saw LV Ping and asked where the Thunder Spirit went. LV Ping told him that it went to Linga's place. Zichen went to Linga's place. Although he was far away, he heard Linga's voice. She asked, You too, do you know how to call me? A young voice sounded. Yes, Master's wife. Linga said with satisfaction. Not bad, Jinfeng is the most sensible. Thunder Spirit, you didn't say anything. Did you forget? Master's wife will teach you more. The corner of Lei Ling's mouth twitched. This Linger was only in the Dan essence realm, which was similar to his cultivation level. Previously, he was extremely unconvinced, but after the two of them fought, he was the one who lost. Moreover, this woman who wanted to become Madame Zichen was really tough. He was born prematurely, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He really didn't want to tangle with her. He bowed and said immaturely, Master's wife. Hee, that's more like it. Remember, in the future, you too can call me that in front of others. But don't call me that in front of your master. He'll be embarrassed. Before Linger could finish, she saw that the two of them had strange expressions, and they both looked behind her. Master. Jinfeng was the first to speak, his voice trembling. The Thunder Spirit looked at Zichen and curled his lips, but didn't say anything. When Linger turned around and saw Zichen, her expression changed, but she quickly became strong again. Why don't you make any sound when you walk? Zichen coldly said. You were too pleased with yourself and forgot your status. Naturally, you didn't hear someone behind you. Linger stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything else. Zichen then looked at Jinfeng and asked, How is your cultivation going? When it came to cultivation, Jinfeng raised his head and asked, Master, I've been cultivating very hard, but why can't I form any true qi? Zichen said, Your talent is much higher than an ordinary person's. Without waiting for Zichen to finish, the Thunder Spirit laughed. What did you say? You're saying his talent is much higher than an ordinary person's? Haha, you must be joking. He's just a piece of trash with no talent at all. He can't even compare to an ordinary person, so how can you say his talent is high? Jinfeng's face immediately lost all color, and his body trembled. Zichen sent the Thunder Spirit flying with a slap and indifferently said, What does a brat like you know? Then Zichen looked at Jinfeng and said, I have high expectations for you. What I'm going to teach you isn't a true qi cultivation method, but an extremely powerful body tempering method. On the path of cultivation, if you want to have high achievements, you must have a powerful physique. Once your physique is strong enough, I'll teach you the true qi cultivation method. But before that, I'll constantly check on you. As long as you don't meet my standards, I'll completely cripple your cultivation. Hearing that, Jinfeng's eyes lit up once more. He nodded heavily. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely work hard to cultivate. Many years later, Jinfeng, a body cultivator, suddenly rose to prominence. He was a youth without the slightest talent, but he had suppressed numerous monstrous geniuses and obtained his own glory. The Thunder Spirit ran back, but it didn't dare say anything. That was because Zichen's slap had been even stronger. He was clearly angry. Zichen looked at the Thunder Spirit and said, Watch your senior apprentice brother carefully. Supervise his cultivation. The Thunder Spirit was dissatisfied, but it still nodded. Many years later, someone would ask Jinfeng how he could have such accomplishments without any cultivation talent. Jinfeng looked into the distance and thought for a long time before saying, First, I have an amazing master. He gave me a chance to reach the heavens in a single step. Second, I have an amazing junior apprentice brother. His talent is extraordinary, and he broke through to the primal core realm at such a young age. His cultivation realm rapidly increases. Being with him always hurts my mental state. In order to give myself some dignity, I can only work hard to cultivate. Jinfeng's story was a story for another time. After Zichen arranged for Jinfeng and the Thunder Spirit, he had Linger lead the Extreme Yin faction. Linger had a pure Yin body and was a Xiantian expert. Now that she was at the primal core realm, she already had the qualifications to take in a disciple. Thus, the everlasting sect's new disciples were screened over and over again. First was formation, then primal core, and finally Yin and Yang. Chapter 997. This time, Zichen chose the body and sword branches. His method was much simpler than the others. He placed the 9 sword steels and the stone wall he had obtained in the past in 10 different places, allowing the youths to sense them one by one. They only had mortal bodies, so the Xiantian techniques wouldn't harm them. After they calmed down and looked at the steels, Zichen would assign them to whichever branch they wanted. The 10 items were placed in 10 different directions, separated by 1,000 meters. Zichen stood at the center of the 10 items and released his spiritual sense to check the youth's expressions. Outside, there were a few people in the air. They were waiting for Zichen's orders to arrange for these youths. Sword branch. Zichen saw an illusory sword in one of the youth's consciousness and said indifferently. A person walked up and took the nervous youth away. The youth didn't know that his fate would change because of this. Even if he only had a little talent, with the resources Zichen had brought back, his future would be limitless. Body cultivation. Zichen's indifferent voice sounded again. The sword sect and the physical body sect were split into 2 factions. Only the talented youths of these 2 factions would receive special training. As for the others, they would be classified as ordinary physical body cultivators. Zichen had already decided that the Wuji sect's development would begin with physical body cultivators. He didn't expect the Wuji sect's disciples to have a strong understanding of the techniques after they left. He only hoped that the Wuji sect's disciples would have a strong physique. Zichen's strong physique had helped him survive countless dangers. After another round of selection, the remaining youths were classified as ordinary disciples. They would begin with body cultivators. During this time, Zichen called the Lu clan's patriarch over. After 2 hours of discussion, the Lu clan made a big decision. All of the Lu clan's experts with forging skills would return to the Wuji sect and establish the artifact branch. Now, the Wuji sect already had 7 major factions: sword, alchemy, yin, yang, artifact, physique, and formation. These were all carefully selected. The rest of the slightly ordinary young people were ordinary disciples. These disciples were taught by Wild Wolf, Black Wind, and the others. After the selection was completed, Zichen returned to his room. He didn't appear for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, Zichen came out and took out a set of extremely simple but effective body tempering cultivation methods for young people. This was the first stage of the cultivation method, and all of the youths started cultivating from this stage. At the same time, Zichen also took out a second set of body tempering cultivation methods. This was for the true energy boundary miners. Now, they no longer mined and focused on cultivation. After that, there would be a third and fourth set of body tempering techniques, which would give spiritual source and core source respectively. At the same time, Zichen sternly warned that this cultivation method was not to be spread or traded. The entire Wuji sect was like a brand new machine. All aspects needed to be adjusted. Fortunately, the entire Wuji sect was a single entity, and there would be no disagreements. After some adjustment and friction, it would become a high-speed machine. Although the Wuji sect had already stored up an endless amount of resources, it couldn't support the daily consumption of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. As such, Zichen planned to follow the mission system of the Nimbus martial ancestor, and use the method of earning contribution points to obtain resources. Half a month later, Zichen gathered a group of elders at the Wuji Palace. Elder Gui and Elder Ming were also present. In the Wuji sect, the sect master was the most powerful, so Zichen sat at the head of the table. Below him were Elder Gui and Elder Ming. Behind them were Wang Qiong and Wu Lu, and then LV Peng and the others. The Wuji sect was very large, and Zichen couldn't see everything. The elders of the various factions first talked about the recent developments. Zichen was very satisfied when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Not bad." Then, he glanced around and his gaze fell on Zhang Tong. "Zhang Tong, sect master." Zhang Tong stepped forward and bowed. Zichen took out a jade bottle and sent some energy into it. The jade bottle floated forward. Zhang Tong took the jade bottle and asked curiously, "Sect master, this is..." Zichen said, "There are 50 drops of thunder liquid essence inside. Use it to purify the origin energy in your body and try to become a Khanate martial artist." Zhang Tong's eyes flashed. "Khanate martial artist?" Zichen nodded. "That's right. This is Thunder Liquid Essence. It's a treasure among treasures. Elder Ming didn't answer, but the light in his eyes indicated that he wasn't calm. Zhang Tong thanked him again and again. He carefully took the bottle and put it away. Wild Wolf, Zichen said again. Wild Wolf stepped forward. Zichen took out another jade bottle and said, 50 drops of Thunder Liquid Essence. Try to transform. Wild Wolf nodded. The excitement in his eyes was indescribable. They were already in the late stage of the primal core realm. 50 drops of Thunder Liquid Essence might not be enough to complete the transformation. After all, the stronger one was, the more impurities there would be in their body and the more Thunder Liquid Essence they would need to refine. Zichen only gave out 2 bottles of Thunder Liquid Essence. This made the others feel a little strange. Zichen explained. The Wuji sect has just been established, and needs everyone to guard it. It's impossible for everyone to go into seclusion. After Zhang Tong and Wild Wolf successfully transform, you can go. However, only 2 people can enter seclusion at a time. As for the Thunder Liquid Essence, I'll put it in the treasure pavilion. You can take it as you wish. The others nodded. Ming Qing's expression immediately changed. He was shocked. These people didn't know how precious the Thunder Liquid Essence was, but it didn't mean that he didn't know. It was an extremely precious thing. Its value couldn't be measured in drops. However, from Zichen's words, it was obvious that there was a lot of it. He actually wanted all the late-stage primal core realm cultivators to transform. It should be known that they weren't transforming into normal sky realm cultivators, but Khanate martial artists. This kind of generosity shocked Ming Qing. After giving out the instructions, Zichen looked at Wang Qiong and said, During this time, don't participate in the Wuji sect's matters. Focus on cultivating in seclusion. Wang Qiong nodded. Right now, he was still at the late stage of primal core realm. It should be known that ever since he met Zichen, his realm had always been higher than Zichen's. However, this time, Zichen had already broken through to the mortal core realm, while he hadn't reached peak primal core realm yet. Wu Lu, I'm going to go out with the demon ape. You have to take care of the matters here and pay more attention. Wu Lu stood up and said, Sect Master, don't worry. After a simple explanation, everyone dispersed. Zichen took the coordinates given by the spirit-devouring rat and left with the demon ape. Outside the Wuji sect, there were 2 places that seemed to be small worlds. The space was still unstable. The 2 went straight to the place the spirit-devouring rat had pointed out. When they reached the first place, Zichen's perfect spiritual sense clearly sensed the abnormality in the space here. Then, he forcefully broke open the space here. The space was broken open, and the 2 places were connected. Zichen could clearly feel a kind of pressure from the power of laws. This is a small world with a level restriction. If you want to enter, you have to suppress your realm. The demon ape said. Zichen nodded. He had already sensed that the requirement to enter this place was the spirit origin stage, which was the Zephyr stage. Zichen did not step into the Zephyr stage. Instead, he released a powerful spiritual sense. This world suppressed one's realm, but it didn't affect the spiritual sense from the outside world at all. Under the spiritual sense, Zichen saw that there were many strange beasts here. These strange beast senses were very sharp. As Zichen's spiritual sense passed by, their eyes were filled with fear, and they prostrated themselves on the ground. Apart from the strange beasts, there were many ancient medicines that were more than 10,000 years old. There were also many resources. After a while, Zichen retracted his spiritual sense and said, This place can be used as a training ground for spirit origin realm cultivators. There should be some kind of inheritance here. The small world closed again. Zichen and the demon ape left. The 2 of them had many inheritances and resources. Naturally, they didn't care about the things here, so they didn't enter. After that, they went to the second small world. It's still a level restriction. This time, it's the true energy realm. The demon ape said after opening the small world. Zichen nodded and said, Yes, let's go to the next place. Leave this place to Lu Ping. Let him build a transmission array. Zichen was quite satisfied with these two small worlds. First, they were big enough. Second, there were enough resources. No one had set foot here for at least 10,000 years. There were 4 coordinates left by the spirit-devouring rats. Zichen opened them one by one and found that they all had a suppressive effect. 2 of them were flying realm, 1 was true energy realm, and 1 was core realm. This small world was relatively more dangerous. After Zichen and the Devil 8 probed it, they suppressed their cultivation level and entered it one after another. There were many core realm strange beasts in this small world. As soon as Zichen entered, he was surrounded by a pack of demon wolves. The demon ape stared at these wolves and said coldly, "Kill them or not?" Zichen shook his head and said, "This is a good place for training. Don't kill indiscriminately. We just need to see if there is anything that can threaten core realm cultivators." The 2 of them suppressed their realms, but they were still complete core realm cultivators. This realm was enough to kill a human core realm cultivator. So, after entering, the 2 of them were not afraid. They spread out to see if there were any abnormalities. During this time, the pack of wolves attacked Zichen. However, there was a golden light shield around him, and the wolves could not break through it. They chased after Zichen for more than 10 miles before leaving unwillingly. After that, Zichen saw another big bear. Not only was it unable to shake Zichen, but it was also sent flying after a single attack. The big bear's eyes were filled with shock, and it immediately retreated. Along the way, Zichen saw many resources. He sighed in his heart. As expected, there are many small worlds in this barbarian land. After discovering these for lesser realms, it could be said that the boundless sex resource problem had been solved. Zichen could arrange for missions to be held in these lesser realms, and all of the core essences could enter. Using the things they obtained from these lesser realms, they could exchange them for contribution points and other useful resources. This included the essence of the thunder liquid and the successive heaven technique. The 2 of them used more than 10 days to explore, but they did not even explore a third of this small world. During this time, they did not find any great danger, so they simply gave up. The coordinates of the 4 small worlds left behind by the spirit-devouring rats were very useful to the Wuji sect. After Zichen returned, he called LV Peng and had him arrange everything. At the same time, Zichen mobilized many experts to guard the entrance and exit of the small worlds. Then, Wu Lu issued the mission. In the Wuji sect, the eyes of many cultivators lit up when they saw the mission reward, especially those in the true energy realm. It had to be known that their current realm was very low, and the yuan qi in their bodies was relatively small. 2 drops of thunder liquid essence might be able to transform them into Hotian realm cultivators. 10 drops of thunder liquid essence could let them become Xiantian realm cultivators. Therefore, in order to achieve this goal, they had to go to the small worlds and fight. LV Ping used 2 months to completely obtain the entrances and exits of the 4 small worlds. After that, a group of cultivators entered the small worlds one after another. After doing all this, LV Ping went into seclusion to refine the thunder liquid. The Wuji sect was gradually on the right track, so Zichen should also calm down and cultivate. The barbarian land fell into a short period of peace, but the chaotic land was not peaceful at all. The heavenly barbarian pavilion gave up many resources and mineral veins and did not come out, which puzzled them. Chapter 998. The heavenly barbarian pavilion's relocation caused an uproar, but no one paid much attention to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. What they were truly concerned about was how to distribute the resources left behind by the heavenly barbarian pavilion. As for the heavenly barbarian pavilion's strange actions of leaving the Bedlam lands and ancient beast world, they were only puzzled. But without the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the Bedlam lands, the 5 major powers would once again become the overlords, which was beneficial to them. The entire Sky Martial continent looked peaceful on the surface, but in reality, there were turbulent undercurrents. Almost all the powers were hoarding resources and nurturing talents in preparation for the upcoming war. But before that, the experts of the various powers in the continent were looking for the Lightning Divine Hall. The news of the Lightning Divine Hall's appearance had already spread throughout the entire Sky Martial continent in a short year, but only the major powers knew about it. While searching for the Lightning Divine Hall, they also began to mobilize the experts of their clans. The most obvious one was the ancient road of training, because there were many experts gathered there. Since the Lightning Divine Hall has appeared, the destination will be confirmed soon. At that time, it will definitely be a fierce battle. The experts of the 5 elements powers gathered together once again. At this time, they gave up on everything and put all their focus on the Lightning Divine Hall. The demon race has already invaded, and our goal has been achieved. Now it's time to retreat. That's right. Mobilize all the human origin realm experts and attack the Lightning Divine Hall. As for the demon race in the ancient road, let the ancient race deal with them. The 5 elements powers quickly came to a unanimous decision, and that was to withdraw all the human origin realm experts. Originally, they had to use the power of the rules to withdraw the human origin realm experts, which was very troublesome. But after the demon race's invasion, a loophole appeared in the rules, and everything became simple. After the discussion, the human origin realm experts of the various powers began to withdraw. When the ancient race heard the news, they were enraged. Damn it, damn the 5 elements powers! They let the demon race in, and now they want to withdraw. Gushyoda's furious voice rang out. They lured the demon race here for the Lightning Divine Hall. Now that the Lightning Divine Hall has appeared, they naturally want to leave. Another elder also said angrily. Gushyoda sighed. Recently, many experts of the demon race have entered and occupied many ancient roads. Once the 5 elements forces withdraw, we will be in trouble. Then what should we do? Now that there's a problem with the rules, we can't teleport away. After pondering for a moment, he said decisively, Go, let everyone leave. Where are we going? Enter the ancient road and then find an opportunity to leave or head to the residences of other ancient clans. In any case, we can't stay here any longer. With that, Gushyoda stood up and walked outside. This is a transit point. The 5 elements forces and other forces are no longer resisting the devil race. The devil race can arrive here at any time. We must retreat as soon as possible. Gushyoda quickly gathered all the ancient tribe members in the area. The ancient tribe members gathered in the huge training field. Gushyoda announced loudly, Now, everyone is to enter the ancient road. If you are lucky enough to reach the gathering grounds of other ancient tribe members, you can stay there. If you can't reach there, you can take advantage of the spatial fluctuations and escape to the outside world. In short, we can't stay here any longer. Gushyoda's words caused an uproar. What? You can't stay any longer? Is the demon race going to attack? If they want to fight, then let's fight. We're not afraid of them. The people of the ancient race shouted loudly. They were not afraid of the devil race. The power of laws in this place has collapsed, and we can't teleport. We can only leave through the ancient path. Gushyoda didn't want to explain the reason to everyone because the aboriginals were prideful. If they found out that they were leaving because of the withdrawal of the 5 elements faction, everyone would think that they were relying on the 5 elements faction. One had to know that when the ancient race was strong, the 5 elements forces were nothing. Gushyoda, who did not explain, said firmly, Now, quickly pack your things and leave this place. The ancient road of trials was very strange. Even if everyone stepped on the same path, they would appear in different places. The power of laws in the ancient road of trials would assign them to different paths according to their cultivation level. The ancient race members were very clear about this. Therefore, what followed was a wave of farewell. All right, everyone hurry up and leave. Gushyoda, who clearly felt that something was wrong, shouted loudly. Boom! Suddenly, the entire world began to tremble, and the power of laws distorted. Not good, everyone hurry up and leave. Gushyoda's expression changed. Through some of the power of laws, he sensed that a large number of devil race members had arrived outside this world. The entire world trembled again, and a terrifying aura descended. Everyone's expression changed, and then they ran toward the exit path. Gyu! Gu Hu saw Gu Yu from afar and shouted. Gu Yu had been cultivating diligently recently. Even though she had heard the news of Zichen's death, Zichen had told her not to believe anything unless she saw it with her own eyes. Gu Hu! Father! Mother! Gu Yu walked over. Hurry up and leave. We can't stay here for long. Gu Hu's father led the three of them toward the exit. During this period, the sky trembled continuously, and the power of laws distorted wildly. This power of laws had gone completely out of control, and contained a destructive power within. Some ancient race members had already died when they accidentally touched it. Boom! Finally, a deafening sound rang out, and a huge hole was forcefully torn open in this world. A tall black figure stood outside the hole, looking down at the world below with his scarlet eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Children, kill! Kill to your heart's content! Noisy noises came from the black hole, and pitch-black demonic chi swept down from the sky like a flood, filling the entire small world. Within this demonic chi, pairs of blood-red eyes that were like lanterns emitted a blood-red glow. They were filled with endless killing intent as they charged toward the ancient race members. Kill! Shouts rang out instantly, and the demonic chi flooded the entire world. The entire world turned black. Boom! A deafening sound rang out from the crowd, and the demonic chi within a radius of a few thousand meters was instantly evaporated, along with dozens of ancient race members. The battle had just begun, and an ancient race member had already self-destructed. However, the demonic chi that had just disappeared was quickly replenished, and the entire world turned black. As far as the eye could see, there was demonic chi everywhere, and ancient race members were everywhere. Just like the demonic ape's world-engulfing demon, everyone's spiritual senses were completely suppressed. They could only see that there were ancient race members all around them, but they couldn't see what was happening outside. Die! Another shout rang out, and another ancient race member self-destructed. In this situation where they knew that they were going to die, all the ancient race members resolutely chose to unleash their full combat power, and that was to self-destruct their elemental core. Go! A powerful aura surged around Gu Hu's father. He mobilized half of the origin energy in his body to form a light shield, protecting the three of them inside. Then, with a strong push, the three of them flew forward in the light shield. Father! Father! Gu Yu and Gu Hu shouted. Gu Hu's mother also had tears in her eyes. They saw their father laughing and laughing. Many devils surrounded him, but after only one breath of time, an extremely powerful destructive energy appeared, and the surrounding devils, along with their devil chi, all dissipated. The self-destruction continued. This was a feast of self-destruction, but also a feast of destruction. Before they could fly a few miles, the three of them were surrounded by many ancient race members. Let's go. Gu Hu's mother wiped away the tears on her face. Then, like Gu Hu's father, she pushed the two of them away with great force. She also had a smile on her face, but it was a strange smile. Then, with a loud boom, her body exploded. A piercing light illuminated the demonic chi in the surroundings, dispelling it. Another group of dark demon people died. Gu Yu and Gu Hu screamed loudly, tears streaming down their faces. Even when the two of them self-destructed, they didn't manage to save Gu Hu and Gu Yu's lives. This was because there were too many ancient race members in this world. The two of them were once again surrounded. This time, there was madness in Gu Hu's eyes. He shouted angrily, "Ancient race members, your lord Hu will fight it out with you!" As he spoke, Gu Hu was about to charge forward to kill the ancient race members, but he was stopped by Gu Yu. "Little Hu, you go. I'll do it." Gu Yu's voice was calm and firm. "Gu Yu, you're crazy. I should be the one protecting you now," Gu Hu said loudly. Gu Yu shook her head and said, "Brother is dead. Father and mother are dead. Zichen is also dead. You're the only family I have left in this world, so I hope you can live." Gu Hu pushed Gu Yu away. "I still hope you can live. Zichen isn't dead yet. He'll come back for you." Gu Yu smiled miserably and didn't answer. Instead, she charged toward the ancient race members. "Since you're fighting to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." A cold and eerie voice sounded. Then, an even more turbulent demonic chi engulfed the two of them. Boom! Boom! Two explosions came from the demonic chi. Like two blinding lights, they spread out with destructive energy. Damn it! In the dispersing demonic chi, an ancient race member with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth appeared. Just now, he was almost destroyed by the explosion of the two. If he hadn't dodged at the critical moment, he would have died. Kill! Kill everyone here! This was another feast of slaughter, a feast of the devil race. The entire slaughter lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the devil chi that filled the sky dispersed. Many devil race members stood in the sky. The world that was originally full of vitality was now dead silent. There were less than 20 corpses on the ground. The other ancient race members had all self-destructed, leaving nothing behind. Damned ancient race! The ancient race members had obtained a complete victory, but they weren't happy at all. This was because the price they paid was several times or even more than 10 times that of the ancient race. Above the pitch-black hole, the devil ape stood. Sensing that there were no more living humans in this world, he said, "Children, pack up and head to the next world." The devil race experts left with many devils. Soon, new devils would come in and set up camp here, turning it into another devil race camp. In a distant land of savages, Zichen, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt extremely uneasy today. He couldn't calm down and cultivate. Did something happen? Zichen stood up and left his room. He began patrolling the boundless sect. After an hour, Zichen didn't find anything out of the ordinary. However, he felt extremely uneasy. Helpless, he could only go check on the two small worlds to see if they had taken shape. Chapter 999. The restless Zichen called over the demonic ape, and the two prepared to enter the small world to investigate. This small world had only just stabilized, and it took them quite a bit of effort to break it open. When the small world was broken open, a wave of method power surged out. The demonic ape frowned. "It's a small world with a cultivation realm suppression. It's an inner core realm." This kind of small world was no longer of much use to the two of them, but it was definitely a good thing for the boundless sect. Zichen nodded absent-mindedly. "What's wrong?" The demonic ape glanced at Zichen. Zichen shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just feel like something happened, and I'm a bit restless." "The boundless sect." Zichen shook his head again. "No, I don't know where it is either." The entrance to the small world in front of the two closed. After knowing that it was an inner core realm, the two of them did not enter. The demonic ape said, "Cultivators rarely feel restless. For you to suddenly feel this way, something must have happened. However, your foundation is in the boundless sect, and this place is perfectly fine. What could have happened?" Zichen and the demonic ape glanced at each other and simultaneously exclaimed, "The ancient road of the trial." Apart from the boundless sect, the people that Zichen cared about were still on the ancient road of the trial. His 4 lovers were there, as well as Tyrant, Zhang Haoyan, and Wang Shan. The demons appeared on the ancient road of the trial, and I suddenly felt restless. Could something have happened to them? Zichen had a bad feeling. The demonic ape said, "Why don't we go back and take a look?" Zichen's heartbeat sped up. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. "There's no need to rush." After guessing that something had happened on the ancient road of the trial, Zichen was no longer in the mood to investigate the second small world, so he returned with the demonic ape. The two of them returned to the boundless sect, and Zichen had someone call Wang Qiong over. Wang Qiong was still in seclusion. When he was suddenly awakened, he thought that something had happened and quickly rushed to the main hall. "Something happened." Wang Qiong looked at Zichen, who was pacing back and forth in the main hall. "It's not a big deal. It's just that I need to leave for a while. There are some things I need to arrange for you." Wang Qiong didn't ask where Zichen was going. A light flashed in Zichen's hand, and the mortal yuan fruit appeared. This is the mortal yuan fruit that I obtained. One fruit will allow you to break through to the mortal yuan realm, but don't be in a hurry to refine it. First, raise your yuan qi to the Xiantian realm, then raise your spiritual sense and physical strength to the limit. Only then can you refine this fruit. When Wang Qiong saw the mortal essence fruit, a strange expression flashed on his face. However, he did not decline and directly accepted it. There was no need for pleasantries between the two of them. I'm going to take the sword steel away. You'll have to take care of things here. I've left behind many resources in the treasury. There's quite a bit of thunder liquid essence. Have LV Peng and the others refine it as they please until their yuan qi transforms. Oh right, it's impossible for a true element realm cultivator to refine an entire drop of thunder liquid essence. Have Qin Xing and Qin He think of a way to dilute the thunder liquid essence. Also, this time we've recruited youths, they have to be diligent in raising them. I'll come up with a cultivation method as soon as possible. Zichen instructed. Wang Qiong quietly listened, then nodded his head. After finishing his instructions, Zichen returned to his room and began to list out the cultivation methods that the youths would need to practice in the future. After knowing where the problem was, Zichen's heart calmed down, and his speed in dealing with matters became even faster. After 7 days and 7 nights, Zichen once again walked out and handed over the cultivation method to Wang Qiong. You've really decided to go alone and not bring the devil ape? Wang Qiong asked after receiving the cultivation method. Zichen shook his head. This place needs to be guarded by experts, and the devil ape is extremely suitable. The major powers haven't sent anyone over yet. Their attention should be attracted by the Lightning Divine Palace. However, we can't be certain. If something happens, we should focus on defense. After giving out some more instructions, Zichen left. This time, he went to Linger's residence. Qin Feng and Lei Ling were both young fellows, and were currently together with Linger. Linger was taking care of the two of them. When Zichen arrived, Linger wasn't there. Qin Feng was practicing a fist technique that Zichen had specially designed for him, allowing him to increase his strength through practicing. Master. Seeing Zichen's arrival, Qin Feng was still a little nervous. On the other hand, Lei Ling, who was lying on the side, lazily glanced at Zichen, then closed his eyes once again. Zichen nodded towards Qin Feng, then glanced at Lei Ling. A strange light flashed through his eyes. After not seeing him for a few months, Lei Ling's strength had increased again. Furthermore, he looked like he was 4 or 5 years old. Why aren't you watching your senior brother cultivate? What are you doing lying there? Zichen asked with a sullen face. Lei Ling stood up, stretched his body, and said with dissatisfaction, I'm using my spiritual sense to watch. Hearing that, Qin Feng's face immediately turned red. This junior brother of his was really too strong. He could kill 1,000 of him with a single finger. Humph! Zichen coldly snorted. Lei Ling didn't care, but he didn't want to anger Zichen. At this moment, Zichen's voice rang out in his mind. Lei Ling looked at Zichen with surprise, then looked at Qin Feng. At this moment, he finally understood why Zichen wanted to take this trash as a disciple. I know. Lei Ling seriously nodded. Cultivate well. Zichen rubbed Qin Feng's head and said warmly, then turned and left. This was the first time Qin Feng heard Zichen speak so warmly. He was moved to tears. Lei Ling curled his lips, then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. He said to Zichen, Since you're leaving, aren't you going to say goodbye to my master's wife and give her a goodbye kiss? In the distance, Zichen, who had just soared into the sky, staggered and almost fell. He turned and fiercely glared at Lei Ling, then turned and left. Lei Ling's childish laughter rang out. After explaining everything, Zichen left. When he was out of the Wuji sect, he took out the token given to him by the ancient family. However, after he sent his power into the token, there was no reaction. How can this be? Zichen was puzzled. He then took out the ancient token given to him by the Jin family. However, it was still useless. The two tokens seemed to have lost their effect. Could it be because I'm in the savage land and am too far away from the ancient road? Zichen frowned and flew towards the teleportation array at top speed. Then, he stepped onto the teleportation array and arrived at the chaotic land. When he arrived, the situation was the same. Zichen's expression changed. He secretly thought that there was indeed a problem with the ancient road. Zichen didn't stop at the outskirts of the chaotic land. He went straight to the nearest market. Along the way, he displayed his true speed. In less than half a day, he arrived at the nearest market. Because the Heavenly Brute Pavilion had left many resources and mines in the outskirts, many forces wanted a share of the profits. This caused the nearest market to be extremely lively. After Zichen arrived at the market, he went straight to the teleportation array. However, the teleportation array kept flashing and many cultivators appeared. This seemed to be never-ending. Zichen frowned. Beside him, there were many people waiting to step onto the teleportation array. They had also waited for a long time. They looked anxious but didn't dare to speak. The cultivators who came out of the teleportation array were obviously from the same force. They looked at the others with mocking expressions. Zichen finally lost his patience. His aura surged and swept towards the teleportation array. At the same time, he shouted, "Go back!" The cultivators who had just been teleported out were sucked in by a huge force and disappeared immediately. This scene shocked the others. Even the cultivators who had mocked him earlier widened their eyes and didn't dare to say anything. The aura emanating from Zichen's body struck fear into their hearts. Under the suppression of the aura, no one else appeared in the teleportation array. Zichen strode forward and stepped onto the teleportation array. He said indifferently, "Send me to Central City." Beside him, the cultivators guarding the teleportation array stepped forward and tapped on the teleportation array. Zichen's figure disappeared. What a terrifying aura! It's even stronger than someone who has attained the primal core realm. He must be a strong person in the mortal origin realm. That's Zichen, the leader of the Heavenly Brute Pavilion. Zichen. After Zichen left, there were discussions all around. Some people recognized Zichen. Zichen. Didn't he bring the Heavenly Brute Pavilion back to the barbarian land? Why is he here? After knowing Zichen's identity, the crowd was puzzled. While the crowd was discussing Zichen, in Central City, the Wei clan cultivators surrounded the teleportation array as if they were facing a great enemy. This was because the cultivators on their side had been sent back by a huge force. With a flash of light, Zichen appeared. When he saw the elixir essences around him, he frowned. "Zichen, you're Zichen!" someone exclaimed. As an overlord, many of them recognized Zichen. After seeing Zichen, they no longer had the will to fight and retreated. However, Zichen thought that they were too slow. With a wave of his sleeve, the elixir essences were immediately thrown away. Zichen walked past the crowd and headed out of the city. News of Zichen's arrival spread quickly. However, by the time the 5 clan leaders arrived, Zichen had already left. Zichen is in a hurry. Where is he going? The 5 clan leaders were puzzled and sent someone to find out. Soon, a cultivator found out where Zichen had gone and returned to report. What? Zichen went to the ancient beast world? When the crowd heard this, they cried out in alarm, greatly confused. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had already left the ancient beast world and the chaotic lands. As the pavilion leader, why would Zichen come to the ancient beast world alone? Could it be that we're going to war with the monster clan? All the clan heads started to fantasize. However, this was obviously unrealistic. If he really wanted to start a war, he wouldn't have waited until now. Everyone didn't understand, but they didn't dare to send people to investigate because there were no more humans in the ancient beast world. It was the world of the demons. Zichen arrived at the ancient beast world and headed straight for the ancient road to the ancient trial. Human, there's a human here. Kill the human. Along the way, Zichen encountered many demons. When they saw Zichen, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They all charged at Zichen. However, they retreated even faster. Although they had suppressed their strength, the berserk aura of the great perfection Zechen still caused the expressions of the monster clan to change. Under this berserk aura, the monster clan was either injured or killed. Zechen headed straight for the depths. Wherever he went, no demons dared to stop him. 2 days later, Zechen arrived at the ancient road. There were powerful demons guarding here. However, in front of Zechen, these so-called powerful demons were nothing, even if they were Dragonians. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.